From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to everyone across the country as we are live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Coming up, we start in the Midwest with the Colts finally naming their starting quarterback. It's Danny Dimes getting another shot as a starter. What does that mean for Anthony Richardson? In 20 minutes, we stay in the Hoosier State. And why a mascot you probably never heard of is now returning. Then at 6:40, by God, it's more from the Midwest as the Irish name their starting quarterback in college football. During the 7 o'clock hour, we've got our favorite plays on today's card in Major League Baseball. And since it's the middle of the week, we'll let everyone complain on this Whine About It Wednesday. During the 8 o'clock hour, more college football with Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports. Best Bets Donkster at 8:40. I am Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Chelsea, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. So I tweaked my routine this morning, and I woke up 20 minutes earlier thinking that it would make me more awake. It has done nothing, Jenks. It feels like when a pitcher in Major League Baseball has a new pitch in their repertoire, and they throw it for the first time, and then they give up a home run. That's what it feels like. It's like, now I feel more tired. This was a terrible tweak to my routine. I am not waking up earlier tomorrow.
Oh, well, I wake up earlier now to work on the show, which gives me a little more breathing room, right? So I'm not rushing to find a lift because that was a problem for a year. And I'm like, just wake up 20 minutes earlier. Probably, I woke up at 3:55 this morning. So I was, 2:55 your time? Whatever. But I got up and then I was able to calm a little bit and not run around so much. So that was helpful. But I don't know if it wakes me up anymore. So if your goal is to wake up more, waking up earlier, probably not the way to go.
Yeah, it didn't do anything. So, I had more time to play with, but I don't know. I feel like I just take longer. When you know you have longer to get ready, I think you just take longer. The urgency is not there. You look at the clock, you're like, oh, I still have 30 minutes. I'm already on my hair. I've gone through the progression of, the makeup's done. I've brushed my teeth. I've gotten my coffee. So, I don't know. I feel like what are we, 3.5 years into this, and I still haven't perfected it. So, I don't know. Maybe after year 17, I'll figure it out.
I don't know. I think it's always going to be this way. I think it's your body just not meant to get up this early, It's just not natural. So that's why it's more caffeine, it's more Red Bull, more Monster, maybe a little, smelling salts is what I was talking about. But maybe you just have to have more caffeine, more
Smelling
espresso
paste.
shots. Yeah, paste, anything, glue.
Magic
Glue.
markers.
That's old school. Yeah. How about some paint? There's some Krylon cans over there. How about those? I'll be on cloud 9 for the next week. Maybe you just need something more in your system to help you.
Yeah, but I also have a hypothesis that no matter what time this job started, waking up early sucks in general. I feel like waking up early on Sundays for church sucks. And I wake up at 8:15. I'm like, oh my God, this is so early. And you're like, Chelsea, you wake up in the 3s, during the weekdays, and 8 feels early. So I feel like any time earlier than 9 still feels early to me. Do you feel that way?
During the week, no. I'm like, oh my God, 8:15, that's glorious. That's 4 hours extra sleep. But on the weekends, yeah, because then you can sleep in. So I think it depends when it is. On the weekends, I'm definitely sleeping in as much as possible. 11
I think my
or
point
noon.
being is that I think I hate waking up early no matter what time it is. So it's all going to suck anyway. So I might as well just grin and bear it and be like, hey, Chelsea, maybe you gaslight yourself into saying oh, it's basically 6:45. People do this all the time. Like, think about people on different time zones. So I don't know. It is mental gymnastics in the morning when we get ready.
I always think about the people on TV, like on morning shows. Denton knows this. You walk in the break room, there's a couple TVs on, and I don't know why they're always on, like, volume 59, by the way, which is just, it's like, God, okay. Ugh. But they're already, like, dressed up on the air in the middle of their shows. So I always think, my God, if I've got it back, they've already been on air, and they're dressed up. Do you know what I mean? So it's not just, all right, I'm doing my hair, trying to look decent. I got a suit on. I got full makeup on. That would be even tougher. So I always think, well, at least I'm not those jokers.
Yeah, or you could be working at a factory. Like, you can be working the overnight shift at a factory. So, I mean, there are people who have that life. And also the morning people, the morning show people in TV, they still have to go work a shift after, like, the morning show, too. They're like, no, you need to spend, like, 3 packages after this. So, like, they still work, like, the equivalent of, like, a 9-to-5 job. At least we only work for, like, a few hours on camera.
See? There you go. You went from, it's so early, and now you're like, whoa, glad I'm not doing that. Already, we've spun things, and now it's all better.
Mental gymnastics, baby.
There you go.
At 5:06 a.m.
And you woke up to some winners. Even better.
That's right. All right, I got to watch some of these because the Astros-Tigers game was on TV. We watched this one. It was a good one, an absolute pitcher's duel, which is what I was counting on. So I had the Astros-Tigers for 7 under 5.5. Did not matter any way you spun it. It was an under game. This game was tied 0-0 after 7 innings, and I believe it was after 9 as well. Then we had the Blue Jays on the money line as a squad play. That was a nice little winner. The Blue Jays at a good price, one of the best teams in all of baseball against the lowly Pirates. Yeah. The Blue Jays won 7-3, so a nice little night for me.
Nice job. 2-1 night for this guy. I was on the Jays as well. Had the A's Twins under 8.5. That was a loser. A's win 6-3, but got a win. And the Rangers Royals game had the under 9 in that matchup. Royals win 5-2. As for the Donkster, had the Reds on the money line against the Angels. The money line price minus 135. Reds win 6-4. So for the week, you're a pristine 3-0. I'm 2-1. The Donkster is 2-0 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us already. It is a Wednesday, so that's a good thing. Not a good thing, however, if you are Anthony Richardson, because the Colts quarterback is not going to be the starter this season. Danny Dimes, Danny Jones has been named as the QB1 for the Colts this season. Here is head coach Shane Steichen with his explanation.
Yeah, I think he's a veteran guy that's been around the block and seen a few things and seeing how he interacts with his teammates and how they've taken to him and how he's taken to them. I think he's done a really nice job, and I think the guys are excited for his opportunity. He's proven that. I think the behind-the-scenes stuff that people don't see with Daniel Jones is his work ethic, the way he connects with his teammates, the operational stuff, like I said at the start of this thing, in the huddle, the communication, the checks, all that. And I think we got a good group around him. Overall, our football team, offensively, the weapons we have, that I feel that he can be successful in it.
I think we all sort of expected this to happen, even though Anthony Richardson looked a little bit better at the end of training camp and the preseason, which is not saying a whole lot. But I sort of feel like this means that the whole Anthony Richardson experiment is over. Like, it's done. They spent a high draft pick on him. I mean, he was taken in, what was it, a couple years ago, number 6 pick in the 2023 draft, or number 5 overall pick. And here we are a few years later, and he has just never looked like a pro quarterback. Like, isn't it over for Anthony Richardson?
Well, it felt like it was over before it began, because if you look at his college numbers, he never had a completion percentage above 59%. So, like, what are we doing? Like, some of this was not Anthony Richardson's fault. It was the Colts for looking at him and saying, hey, he wasn't a great passer in college, but by God, he'll be a better passer in the NFL. That doesn't happen. The defenses don't get easier in the NFL, and that's exactly what we've seen. Also, there's been the other things with Anthony Richardson taking himself out of the game, which is absolutely bananas that a quarterback would actually do that. And now this has other layers to it where it's not just, the coach and the player and the organization. His agent released a statement about this saying that they have broken his trust. So Anthony Richardson didn't say this, but his agent said something to the effect of this: trust is a big factor, and that is, at best, questionable right now. Anthony came back and made the improvements in the areas that he needed to improve in. And by all accounts, he had a great camp. Like,
great.
That's not what it was based on. So, like, to say that your trust has been broken, like, you knew this when they signed Daniel Jones, that you were going to have some competition. So I don't know what his agent is trying to spin. We were just talking about mental gymnastics. There you go. First-class mental gymnastics.
I hate when agents do this and they throw out these statements and they absolutely just refuse to take responsibility, which I understand that's their job, right? But ultimately, this isn't about Anthony Richardson improving in training camp. Oh, wow. You showed some improvement in training camp. And by the way, just because you improve doesn't mean you're an NFL level starter. Improvement is relative. Like, hey, I'm completing 52% of my passes instead of 50%, right? That's improvement. It's like, yeah, it's still not nearly good enough. And look, on the field leadership matters. We've talked about that where he took himself out of a game. I don't think I've ever seen that from an NFL quarterback. And also, this has nothing to do with trust. Zero to do with trust. Oh, the Colts broke a trust with you? Did they owe you anything? No. You owed it to them to perform like an NFL quarterback because they drafted you number 5 overall a couple of years ago, and you haven't gotten it done. And honestly, I don't think we should be surprised here. It feels like at the time, didn't the Colts say, oh, we didn't want to pass on this guy and have someone else pick him up, and then we felt like we missed out? Like, you shouldn't choose someone because you're worried he might do something else elsewhere. You should choose him because you believe he's your guy. And he's always been just an athlete, an incredible athlete, but an athlete who just didn't have the tools to be a great quarterback. That was kind of the book on him coming out of Florida, and that's exactly what we've seen in the league. So this isn't about trust. It's about performance.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to be a quarterback in the NFL, you have to be able to complete passes, and just that has escaped Anthony Richardson, as basic as it sounds. And now the problem feels like it is, getting to other players on the team, because we heard from the Colts left guard Quentin Nelson as well. And he was very candid when he was asked about, like, if this affects the whole team, because he plays on the offensive line, and offensive line play, obviously goes hand in hand with the quarterback. He said, I think I'd be lying if I said it wasn't frustrating to keep changing quarterbacks. You look around the league and just see the consistency of having Patrick Mahomes or a quarterback behind you that's been the franchise player for years. Yes, Quentin Nelson, you have a far cry from Patrick Mahomes. I don't think anybody is looking at your organization like, wow, the consistency of quarterback. But listen, that's a luxury. Half the teams in the league do not have consistent quarterback play. So I know it's frustrating, and I do appreciate the guy's honesty. But now it feels like it's spanning, across the locker room. The frustration where you think it's like, hey, it's just the quarterback position. Anthony Richardson's the only one that's frustrated. No, it feels like the whole team is being touched by this.
Yeah, because they the Colts were hoping. I mean, when you spend a number 5 pick on someone, you're building your organization around that player, especially if that player is a quarterback, right? And so all you've heard is, all right, we're going to build around this guy, this guy, this guy, and then it's going to be someone else. But the Colts sort of have to make this move ultimately. And I think they signed Daniel Jones to a 1-year, $14 million deal, so it's relatively cheap by quarterback standards. I have to wonder, do you bet on the Colts at all now? To me, it's just like, regardless, it doesn't matter who is at quarterback. I'm not touching the Colts. To win the AFC South, they're plus 375. Win total set at 7.5. To have the fewest wins in the NFL, 18-1. And all the talk is, they're tanking for Arch. They're tanking for Arch. They want Arch Manning. So they're going to tank this season. But I just don't think that they're going to be nearly the worst team in the NFL. They're going to be not great, but there are worse teams than the Colts.
Yeah, I don't know, though. Like, if Arch Manning is on the horizon, do you try to be bad? And listen, I don't even think it's that far of a stretch for the Colts. I don't think they're going to be the worst team in the NFL, but I think if they put their minds to it, they could do it, especially with the quarterback play of, maybe Daniel Jones is not the best quarterback, but I will say, like, he's a serviceable quarterback. But it does feel like the vibes in Indy are not great right now with all the discussion going on with Anthony Richardson. But I think the Saints are still going to be the worst team in the NFL. That quarterback room is absolutely terrible. So maybe, we'll see what the front office does as far as tanking for Arch Manning.
Yeah, and also, we don't really have time to get into it right now. Like, the idea that an entire team, when guys are fighting for their jobs, are just not going to play well on purpose, just doesn't make a whole lot of common sense. You hear that all the time, and maybe at the end of the season an organization can do that, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you're talking about a whole season in the NFL, like an entire team is going to be like, let's not play well. I don't want to get paid, so I'll underperform this season. Coming up next here on the show, the Bison is back, even though we never knew it left. How about some mascot talk? That is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in the show, Joe Flacco isn't the only sports figure who can rise from the ashes. This story's a fun one. So this is mascot related, as I sort of implied before we went to break. What was your high school mascot, Chelsea?
We were the Gallatin Green Wave, which was a little unique. I feel like it was a mascot not that many people had. We were green, and I think we say gold, but it's basically yellow. And we also had the G that belongs to the Green Bay Packers. So, those were our football uniforms. But, yeah, we were the Green Wave. What about you guys?
We were the Breckenridge Buckaroos. That's what we were. Oh, yeah. The Mighty Bucks. All right, green and white. And we had a large buckaroo on the top of our high school, you know, guy on a cowboy waving his hat. Yeehaw! Like that. And then one year, those bastards from Clyde came over. And they crawled to the top of our high school with a handsaw. And they sawed off the limbs of the horse's legs. Because those guys are jerks. I almost cursed on the air. That was almost an FCC violation. Let me tell you something. That did not go over too well in Breckenridge, Texas. A very proud history of high school championships. Now, not anymore. Back in the 1950s, before football classifications became a thing in the state of Texas, my high school won, I believe, 4 or 5 state titles against all comers. They had a ton of guys go to A&M, go to Oklahoma, like they were just a powerhouse. So you don't climb on the top of our high school and saw off the left leg of the wooden horse, which is being ridden by a cowboy, a buckaroo. I'm still fired up to this day. Anybody ever try that in Gallatin?
No, I think we were past those days. But that sounds like the plot of a movie in like 1991, right? Like that's what you were made to believe that Texas football was, is that people, you know, lived and breathed football and the rivalries. And you would hear about like people doing things to the mascot, but we never had any of that. Like people were into football at our school, but I think we were past the point of like, hey, the police are going to get involved, you know, because you can't do that stuff now. Like there are too many cameras. And I'm not saying that I was, you know, going to high school in the day of, you know, social media, but I just feel like as time has gone on, those things are harder to pull off.
No, that's true. We also had a huge rock as you're driving up the hill towards the junior high and high school with the football stadium right behind. A huge, probably, I mean, it's probably about, well, you can't see it on camera, a massive rock, right? And it was always painted green and white. It said Buckaroo Stadium on it. Every now and then, those jerks from Clyde, maybe Wiley, Abilene Wiley would come over. They'd throw some paint on that rock. That was another thing we didn't like. All right, so
what did you guys do to them? Because they are crushing.
They're
you
crushing
in the game
us
right now.
They'd come all the way over to Breckenridge. I don't know. I hope we did something. I was not a part of that. I mean, I was too straight and narrow, I guess. But you know what we did? Beat them on the football field. That's what they did. That's what we did. You know what I mean? They wanted a piece of the Mighty Buckaroos, and we showed them back because we were good in high school. Like when I didn't play, I was with the football team, but I couldn't play. But our football team was very good. So I think it had a lot to do with it. But I don't know if we got any sort of revenge. Maybe we'll do it now. Never too late. Maybe I'll go to Clyde and say, this is for the class of 92. How do you like that? Green paint all over their bulldog.
Unfortunately, I think you're like 4 days late. Because you could have done that when you were back there. We see television. We see on TV Michael Jenkins spray painting a high school rock with profanity.
It's like, here's the video proof. I'm going to do it, and then shh, just straight up green paint all over the Clyde Bulldogs. Wiley. Might have been Stephenville. Nobody likes Stephenville. There's another one right there. So, lots of possibilities. But high school rivalries are part of the fun, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. But then you'd have to explain to your employers, like, why you were doing vandalism to a high school campus.
They
And I
deserved
always
it.
feel like if there's, like, minors involved that, like, I don't know, there's an extra layer. Maybe it's when people are, like, publicly urinating somewhere where it's like, you're now a sex predator. But you got to be careful, Jenks. It's how much do you want to risk for this rivalry that is however many years old. So I don't know how bad you want it these days, but I feel like for me it would not be something that I would want to
Maybe
risk.
I'll urinate on something at their high school while spray painting. I mean, what do you guys think about this? Shh, as I'm just standing there relieving myself. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go old school and be like, you know what? This is for the 90s, not even for my class.
I think the bosses would be okay with the spray painting situation, like for the sake of the rivalry.
Yeah.
I do think if you start relieving yourself on a high school campus, that might be a line where they don't want to cross, where they're like, what? I don't know. That's going to be a tough one to sell to the lawyers.
Yeah, I hope it's not the opposite. It was like, we were fine with the peeing. It was the spray painting. Like, wow, really? Didn't expect that. That's part of the fun, though.
Yeah, I think it would be tough to spin the urinating part on like the Odyssey press release where they're like,
Right.
Michael Jenkins is taking a few days off for, I don't know, doing what comes natural to him or something to that effect. But yes, I wouldn't recommend it. I will not be condoning those actions, Jenks.
All right, well, I'll think about it. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to say that. So if you hear a story out of West Texas here the next few days and you see some guy, in this, they probably have some jank cameras. Well, what's going to happen in Indiana once they bring back their old Hoosier mascot after 50 years? So ESPN had a long-form article about this yesterday. And so it's really interesting where, of course, we're talking about the Indiana Hoosiers, but they had a bison-looking mascot that they brought to the forefront, was an actual mascot back in 1965. But then it only lasted about 5 years and made a couple of appearances later. But for the most part, they shelved it. This is according to the Kokomo Tribune in 1969, just 4 or 5 years after the bison was created. The bison has been relegated to a storeroom for lack of interest. People didn't care about the bison. And I'm like, why a bison? Apparently, they brought back the bison or initially brought in the bison based on the animal's former migration history in the area. Okay. Well, during the COVID years, an Indiana professor had been passionate about this Hoosier and this history and said, I want to bring it back. Kind of started a thing. And then last year, a bunch of students got together. They started rallying around this idea. And now Indiana has agreed that the bison is returning. Even though it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, this is the Hoosier state, the Hoosiers, you will see probably a very ugly bison on the sidelines.
Can't wait. What did you imagine their mascot was going to look like? Because I certainly didn't think bison.
Yeah.
And it does make sense the more you read about it in the article, because apparently the bison is like used in a lot of things for the state of Indiana. But I imagine like, I don't know, like a blob of some sort, kind of like Grimace, but like the color white. And he has on those pinstripe red and white pants that like the basketball team used to wear. Like that's what I thought their mascot was, just like a blob that's like, I'm a Hoosier. But we see this with other schools, is that their mascot very rarely is the same thing as their school mascot. And we even see this in the NFL, where, like, for the Titans, they have somebody called T-Rack, who is a raccoon. Like, you would think it would go in line with, like, the Titans, and maybe it's something with Greek mythology. No, it's just a raccoon. So I feel like this is pretty much the standard when it comes to mascots. Like, there is no rhyme or reason.
This is one of the best things about college football, because you don't really see this in the NFL. I mean, a little bit, but not like college football or college sports. Although I do appreciate that the Panthers mascot is named Sir Purr. Like, I think that's pretty good, honestly.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Sir Purr.
Sir, what is it? Oh, do you salute Sir Purr?
I'm just saying it sounds fancy. I feel like I
don't
need
know.
to salute him. Or like curtsy. I don't know.
Well, I mean, isn't Jake a huge Panthers fan, right?
He's a fan of the honeybees and the top cats, who are
excuse
the
me.
dancers. So I don't think he's wasting any of his time with the mascot.
Oh, okay. When I saw you salute, I'm like, oh, do you have to salute Sir Purr? You got to put some gold bars on his shoulders?
Royalty.
Okay.
Yes.
You do see this in college sports all the time, right? So Alabama is the Crimson Tide, right? But what do you see as their mascot? An elephant. Auburn, of course, War Damn Eagle, but they're the Tigers. The Hoosiers, now they have a bison. Miami Hurricanes, another good one. The Hurricanes, but they have a duck. The Stanford tree is a good one. I read this yesterday. Of course, the Stanford Cardinal, which is just their color. But the Stanford tree is actually the mascot, not of Stanford Athletics or the university, of the Stanford University Band, which is interesting. Tennessee with the dog, but they're the Volunteers. That kind of makes sense. But you see sort of these situations across college sports where, hey, we're one thing, but our mascot is something totally different.
It feels like they all have like inside jokes that it's like those things that you have to learn if you're a part of the group. Because I remember when I moved to Columbus, Georgia, which is like 30 minutes outside of Auburn, Alabama. So we covered Auburn, and you have to learn about all of their traditions. And there's some weird ones. Like we were talking about how they say War Eagle. It's because there was like a Civil War person or somebody who fought in the Civil War, which it's a long time ago, in the 1890s, that came to an Auburn game with his pet eagle, which like, okay. And I guess he let his pet eagle like fly around the stadium before the game, and people looked up and they said, oh, it's a war eagle, because I guess he got it in war. I don't know. But like these weird traditions that they've just kept, and now it's like an inside joke where it feels like, I don't know, like those secret societies that they have in college, like you hear about in the Ivy Leagues, where they just have all these like little inside jokes and secrets that make you more a part of the group. Because that's how it feels to me. It's not about like the actual tradition. It's the fact that you all have something in common, and it's something to learn once you get to campus.
So did I say this on the show? I forget. I didn't talk a lot. But one thing I learned about Auburn's fight song, the War Eagle fight song, do you also know the song? This is an old like pop standard. The song "Chances Are" by Johnny Mathis. You ever heard this? Chances are. You ever heard that? No. Anyway, very popular song, like his signature song. The same guys that wrote that song also wrote the Auburn fight song, which is so bizarre to me. Like, what a different time in music and just a different time in sports. But also, I'm anti War Eagle and I'm anti that bird. Because I told this story before. Was it a few years ago? We were talking about mascots, right? And I, of course, was talking about the greatest mascot in college football, in college sports, which is Bevo. We all know this. It's the Longhorn. It's iconic. So I made a joke. And the Auburn fans, I said, let me tell you why I choose Bevo over the War Eagle. Here's a scenario. All right? Bevo's at the grill, which I know is a little ironic. Bevo's getting ready to eat, and here comes an eagle, a war eagle swooping down. Bevo, all he has to do is turn his head, boom, he spikes that eagle. He turns, boom, puts that eagle on the grill. Guess what? Next thing you know, that eagle's being grilled, and we're eating bird. All right? That's how it's going to work. Now, think about how dumb that sounds. These Auburn fans, we put this online, they took it seriously. They're like, that eagle would never come that close to Bevo. He'd never come that. Bevo couldn't turn his head quick enough to catch him in the air. I'm like, are you guys being serious with this analysis? And they just lost their minds. And, of course, the personal shots come in. I'm like, dude, if you think that scenario was real, you need to log off. And also, now I'm a Tide fan.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but Alabama fans are just as crazy, if not crazier. So I don't know if I'd switch allegiances.
Right.
But here's the thing. They take their traditions very seriously. Yeah. I remember, like, when I was a reporter thinking, like, why do they care so much about a tree? When, who is it, Harvey Updike poisoned the, like, the oaks at Toomer's Corner? It was the biggest story in the state of Alabama. Like, anything going on in the government, no one cares. Anything going on in politics, no one cares. But he poisoned some trees? He had to go to prison for this. It was absolutely crazy because he did this because he hated Auburn so much, and then he admitted it on the Paul Feinbaum show, which is like another crazy thing. That how much the Paul Feinbaum show like is interwoven in this rivalry. But it's another world down there because they don't have pro sports and it's their main thing. It's basically a religion. But that's also why college football is so amazing, right? Because it's people who live and breathe the sport and, the religion of college football. So it just all goes into, how amazing college football is, even though some of these people are absolute psychopaths that do not have a good track of what's important in life.
Oh, man. They love that show, and they love their college teams because it's the only game in town, right? I totally get it. Coming up next on the show, Notre Dame starts its season with a freshman quarterback, but how much luck of the Irish will he need against the Canes and their duck? That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Coming up on the show, as we welcome you back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Now about some Nick Saban talk. Haven't heard from him in a while. And he does not like hearing things that aren't true, even if they're from a former player. Nicky doesn't play games. You know what I did over the last few days? I played some games. Haven't played actual games. Haven't played in years. When the lovely Catherine and I were in Texas, went into sort of a saloon and had a couple beers. And they had a table there where you could play checkers. And we sat down. We were sitting on saddles at one time. That was something. And then we said, okay, it's been a long time we've sat on these saddles. A little uncomfortable just sitting at the bar on these saddles. So we got down, sat at a table, and then we played checkers for a good 20, 25 minutes. When is the last time that you sat down and played checkers, chess, or something really basic like that? Not a game on your phone, like an actual game in front of you.
Well, I think because I have a child, like, there are more situations in which this comes up. So the last time we did was, I think we played at Cracker Barrel. We also play that peg game all the time, but my daughter doesn't follow the rules. She makes up her own ones. You know what I'm talking about, where they have that triangle with the pegs on it?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, they have these funny sayings. It's like, if you leave 4, you're an ignoramus. And you're like, what? But we played that a lot when we were in Banff on vacation. They had a little coffee spot that had board games to play while you sit and wait, which was kind of cool. So we sit and played Candyland, which I remember many a fight between me and my brother when playing Candyland. I don't know why it got so intense, but me and my brother were very competitive, still are to this day. So I feel like I've played games here and there because obviously I have a child.
I thought it was great. Like, we really did a good job of just, like, staying off our phones and just being like, let's just entertain ourselves, which I thought was great. But also I was being super annoying because we were in a saloon-ish, and I was drinking a beer. And so I would stare across at her, and I'd be like, I've been here 38 years. I ain't lost a game since. And she'd be, like, rolling her eyes. You know, and then I'd jump her. I'd be like, bad move, sister. Let's see what you got next. And let me tell you something. I got old after a few minutes. I can assure you. And also, I won the game.
Okay, I have to ask something.
Yeah.
Ooh, I have to ask something about the saloon. Did they have those double doors that you kick open?
Oh.
Like, I've always wanted those in my house. My grandma had some of those at her house coming into the kitchen, and it was like the coolest thing. Because you would do that voice that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
You know, and you'd picture yourself as an old-timey cowboy. Did the saloon have those doors?
They did not when in the back area that we had. They did have 2 saddles you could sit on. But then there was another area, like an outdoor area, and to get to that area, you could go through a couple of saloon doors. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, it's really, I mean, it's Texas, and not all Texas is like that, but they definitely leaned into the whole cowboy vibe, the Western vibe. And then I was done. I was like, well, another victim. Why don't you go up to the bar and Misty will set you up with a liquor. You're going to need some whiskey after that butt whipping. And then she's like, are you ready to go? I was like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. But it was a good time. I love kind of stuff like that when you just kind of sit and just enjoy the moment, you know?
I feel like Catherine is a far cry from that. Like, I feel like she is, I know she's from South Carolina, but I feel like she's like a big city, like corporate baddie type girl. Like, I imagine her like, bringing her, like, I imagine she has, like, a nice purse with, like, a Labubu on it. And you're, like, saying all these, like, country sayings to her. And she's like, oh, I'm going to look at my phone. Have you heard the latest Taylor Swift Easter egg? Like, that's how I imagine her.
I mean, yes and no. She's definitely a baddie. There's no question. But also, she's just super Southern, too. So the funny thing about Catherine, which you wouldn't guess, is that she will, I mean, I'm sort of leaning into this a little bit, but she will lean into it as well. Like, she'll do the same thing to me. Like, you know, she might come up to me and say something in a certain voice. I mean, that's what dumb couples do, you know, or not dumb couples, but couples, you know, you have your own sort of love language, right? You say things and do things around one another you wouldn't do around anyone else. Like, Catherine walked in front of me yesterday, got in my face and started singing the Labubu theme song. and she's dancing around, which, which I thought was hilarious. But, in one minute she's on her computer and she's sending serious emails and she's talking to partners at a law firm. And the next minute she's singing a song from a commercial. So, we're sort of very similar in that way, but you just got to get out of that like work mindset. And then it's like, okay, now we can relax a little bit. Will you relax if you were a Notre Dame fan and you are starting a freshman at quarterback, because that is what they are doing? C.J. Carr will go against number 10 Miami to open the season. Irish are number 6. Carr is a freshman, beat out sophomore Kenny Minchey. And very interesting, I'm old, I remember this. Carr is the grandson of former Michigan head coach Lloyd Carr. So Carr earned the starting job, but he really doesn't have any stats to show for what he did last year, which was make an appearance in 2024 against Purdue, didn't log any stats. Irish go to Miami, get a visit from Texas A&M in week 3, go to Arkansas in week 5. Never an easy trip. Would you feel safe starting a freshman quarterback, especially when you open the year against a top 10 team?
Well, he had to win a quarterback competition to get this job.
Yeah.
So they must like him, and they must feel some level of safety with him at the helm. And I think for Notre Dame, it's who brings the higher potential? Because obviously this is a program that's been very much in contention for the past couple of seasons. So their aspirations are national championship level. Like, I don't think they're looking for somebody who is middling. But I think the surprising part of this was Kenny Minchey, I think a lot of people thought was going to win the starting job because he is more of a dual threat quarterback. And the way this offensive coordinator operates, and we saw it with Riley Leonard last year, is they like quarterbacks who can run. But if you look at C.J. Carr, he's pretty much a pocket passer. He has some great touch on some of, his longer passes. If you watch some of the highlights from their intramural game, not intramural, but like their, blue and gold game or whatever.
Yeah.
Inter squad. There you go. So it'll bring an interesting dynamic that I feel like we haven't seen at Notre Dame, over the past couple seasons, but they must like him for some reason because, this was a very heated battle between these two and it just was announced yesterday. And listen, the season's starting soon. So obviously, this other guy pushed him pretty far, but if they have respect and faith in him, I suppose I should have a little respect and faith in him as well.
It also helps too. And, yeah, I'm with you, right? Marcus Freeman makes the call. Carr wins the job or win the job. And they have Jadarian Price. They have Jeremiah Love. He's a preseason All-American. He was a beast last year. So when you have that line, that's one of their strengths, right? They have that offensive line. They have those running backs. So I think early on, you sort of let Carr, feel things out and lean on that running game and let him progress as the season moves on. And, yeah, you're right. This game takes place on Sunday the 31st. Here we are 11 days away. Notre Dame at Miami. The Irish are laying 2.5. They're minus 140 on the money line. The Canes are plus 115, and the total is 49.5. Man, we're getting some great games early when it comes to the college football schedule. We're not going to wait for any of that. Well, Nick Saban made some news this week. I love Nick Saban. And I have to say, he has been so great since making the transition from head coach to broadcaster. He has been so amusing and obviously, he has sort of a dry sense of humor, but also knows the game as well as anyone. And it's so interesting to hear his brain being picked on a regular basis on game day. But back in July, one of his former players, Greg McElroy, won a title with the Crimson Tide back in 2009, made a suggestion that Saban would return to coaching. This is McElroy's exact quote from back in July. A very much in-the-know person I have a lot of respect for and have spent a lot of time around just really seems to think that Nick Saban is not done coaching. He's pretty adamant Saban will be coaching again. So on Monday night, they had the Nick Saban Legacy Awards in Birmingham, and Saban took that opportunity to respond.
I don't know where that came from. Greg McElroy played quarterback for us, and if it had done something like that when he was a player, he'd got his ass kicked.
So, sounds like to me, he didn't necessarily deny that he would ever come back, but certainly he didn't appreciate the fact that a former player would speculate in such a pretty definitive way.
Yeah, I love getting like little hints of old Nick Saban because he has softened over the years. And, you don't see mad Nick Saban as we used to on the sidelines where he would just absolutely blow up on reporters. He'd blow up on his own team. So it's nice to see that fire is still alive in him. But I don't think Greg McElroy would ever say this as a player. Like, I don't think that situation would have ever happened because Greg McElroy was not giving the media quotes to write about when he was quarterback. But now Greg McElroy is a reporter. He is an analyst. He is on TV. So, like, this is part of the job. So Nick Saban can't get that mad when Greg McElroy is just trying to do his job.
Yeah, I also think that, when a guy like Greg McElroy comes out with something like this, some people have a hard time discerning the difference between a report and speculation. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So this is not a report. It wasn't Greg McElroy coming out and saying, hey, sources tell me Nick Saban is returning to coaching. It's only a matter of time. It's going to happen within this time frame. He's just trying to find the right opportunity. He was saying, I talked to a buddy of mine that I have a lot of respect for. He thinks Nick's going to return. So sometimes it's hard to differentiate between the two because you hear something like that and you're like, oh my God, Nick Saban is returning. He's returning to college football. So, no, he talked to a friend who thinks it could happen, but there's no real definitive proof that it's going to. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think it's easy to get those things mixed up.
Right, because you have to use your brain and think, okay, somebody close to him thinks that he might return. Nick Saban himself is not saying, I'm going to go back to coaching. It's somebody around him that's saying, hey, it wouldn't be crazy because it feels like he's still very tethered to the sport. Like, that's not a crazy thing to say, and it's not a hot take. But again, it wasn't Nick himself saying that. And if he wanted to go back to coaching, I'm sure somebody would have him.
Oh, my God, yes. If I'm Nick, though, I mean, why would you? Won 6 national titles from 2007 to 2023. He's a walking legend, and he's a great broadcaster. Like, he's a great analyst. He does a fantastic job. So if I'm him, just keep riding it out and let everyone treat you like the legend that you are. Coming up on the show, we're going to tell you the plays we like today in the majors, and it's also a Whine About It Wednesday as well. We've got hour 2 coming your way next. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It is the Daily Tip, and it's right here on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, here's what you can expect. We'll start with some baseball talk. We have about a month left in the major leagues, and we'll be separating the facts from the overreactions when it comes to the hot takes in baseball. This week. Are the Brewers for real? Can we trust the Blue Jays down the stretch? We'll cover all that. And then at 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. If you want some action on the card today. Then at 7:40, it's my favorite segment of the whole week where we get paid to complain. It's a Whine About It Wednesday. I'm sure that I'll have several things locked and loaded. Jenks is going to tell us what's grinding his gears as well. It's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. So, Jenks, we were just talking about Nick Saban and, you know, his new life as a broadcaster. And I would imagine his life is very different from what it used to be as a head coach. I bet him and his wife actually get some quality time together, which is probably a big change. Yeah. And I feel almost similar to Nick Saban in this, and this is a stretch. But now that my daughter has started kindergarten, I feel like I actually get time to talk to my husband, which is crazy. And it's been like a big change in the household where I actually have some like free time. So now I feel like I need to train for like a triathlon or something. Have you ever had like a period in your life where it's gone from like you're really busy to now you have a bunch of free time? Like I remember this happening after I left college. And like in college, I had 2 practices a day for swimming. I had classes all day that I would sleep through, but I would still be there. So after college, I was like, what do I even do? Like I started reading books. I was like trying to find ways to find the like fill the time. Have you ever had a stage of your life where it was just like a big change that you had to get used to?
I mean, it was definitely after school for me because I was so hyper motivated because I just, you know, I schooled as hard as I could. You know, I did my undergrad in 3 years. I mean, so I was when I was
so hard.
So when I wasn't taking classes, I was studying to clep out of classes. And when I wasn't doing that, then I was preparing for graduate school. Then I went straight to graduate school, did that in a year. So I don't mean that in a braggy way. I just mean that if you're going to get 2 degrees in 4 years, then you are studying all the time. Do you know what I mean? Like you're constantly in the classroom. I was constantly in the library. I was constantly talking to professors. I was trying to get scholarships. At the same time, I was also doing internships for free at 2 radio stations in Austin and 2 television stations. So between all of that in a 4-year period, I just didn't, I mean, I carved out a little personal time and I loved my time at Texas, but I was so hyper-focused on starting down a path and getting my degrees and working, you know, on the side and developing industry experience that, man, I looked up after that and I was like, whoa, this job might actually be a break from what I've been doing for the past 4 years.
So you didn't have a break at all, like between like applying for jobs and like school? Because I think, you know, that's a good problem to have. Obviously, if you don't have to like spend any time just like, you know, on your mom's back deck, being like, I wonder if I'm ever going to get a job. These rejection letters, I guess reading them is a full-time job as well. But like, it was not easy for me to get even an internship. Like I applied to so many. And then eventually I had to move to Alabama for an unpaid TV internship. But there was some waiting in between. Like it was not easy for me.
I mean, I get that. Well, when I was in the middle of graduate school, so I got a job offer when I was in grad school, but I would have had to leave grad school, and I wanted to finish up. And then when I finished, I still had to wrap up my thesis. But there was a point there where I was done with all of my classwork, but I still had to finish up this thesis so I could get my degree. So there was probably, I would say, a 2 or 3 month period where it was like, okay, I'm not going to class anymore. I got to make some money here. So I took on a job that was awful for about 2 or 3 months and just sent out all these different resume reels to different TV stations until I finally got an offer that I took. But I did have that period where I'm like, I hope this works out because I studied for this.
Was that the construction job?
It
the
sure
awful
was.
job?
It sure was. I know you heard it before, so I'm like, I'm going to spare that story to Chelsea. But yeah, that was, it was the worst. It was the worst ever. I'll never forget that.
I think it's tough working a job where you know it's not your career. Like,
Yes.
that's how I felt about, like, waitressing. Like, I was the worst waitress of all time because I just wasn't motivated. And, like, I'm not a people pleaser. Like, they're like, you want some more drinks? I just gave you one. Like, what is this, the Sahara Desert? How much water do you really need? So clearly it was not a job that I was going to carry on in. And so I think sometimes people have trouble being motivated when they know, like, this is not their life's calling, you know?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And also, like, I'm someone who, I mean, this job changes from day to day, which makes it fascinating and makes it fun. But at this job, it was, look, it's pretty much the same job. And you're going to get this stack of papers, and you have to go through all of these and call different construction companies across the state and get their bids on these different projects, which is absolutely as boring as it sounds. But I'm someone, like, when I have a project, I don't want to waste time. I just want to get it done, right? And I'll be done with it. Doesn't matter if it takes 3 hours or 8 hours, but the sooner I can get it done, the better. The problem is I would get the stack of papers. I'm like, all right, this is my job. Let me get it over with. Let me do it. And so I would finish, and then I'd sit there for, 15 minutes, and then another stack would arrive. And that was the job. I'm like, it just doesn't end. It's just going to be this endlessly, day after day after day. And I thought, I told you, I would just go into the bathroom and, like, stare in the mirror for, like, 10, 15 minutes. Sometimes I'd lock myself in a stall, like, what? I got to get out of here. This is going to crush my existence because I need to create. I can't just I could do this job, but I'm like, it's so mundane. There's nothing to it.
Yeah, it feels like in the corporate world, when you work like a 9 to 5, I feel like wasting time is an important skill. Like, everybody I know that works a corporate job, and, like, these are people who are even good at their job. They're like, yeah, I spent like 30 minutes looking at Facebook. Sometimes I'll play solitaire, like, on my phone. And you're like, you're getting paid to do that? And I'm like, yeah. Like, how else am I going to spend the day working the entire time? No, nobody does that. What am I, an idiot? So it just feels like one of those things in the corporate sphere that, people just build it into their day. And I feel like you are so focused and driven that would be a hard concept for you to grasp.
Yes. And I used to, oh my God, my old boss when I was in Austin, like, I'd be like, all right, I have this story to do today. I need to pre-produce this for tomorrow. I'll edit this, and that's the day, right? And so I would knock this out in 4 hours, 5 hours, because I'm like, I'm just going to do this. But he was of the belief that you need to work 8 hours no matter what, which is not necessarily how broadcasting works. And I was like, but I've done everything you asked me to do. I'm prepared for tomorrow. I've done this. And he was like, well, there's always something that can be done. I'm like,
those people.
You could plan for a story next Thursday. I'm like,
oh my God.
I guess, yeah, in theory. But you know what I mean? It's like, if that's the mentality, then you're always going to be busy, even though he would just look over the fact that everything I was asked to do was done and done efficiently. No, you can always be doing something. I was like, okay, well, shoot me in the face then.
Yeah, that's when you open up solitaire. Like, even Stephen A. Smith, wasn't he caught playing solitaire during a broadcast? So, like, people do this. Stephen A. is like, God, I got to win this solitaire game. That's my only Stephen A. impression you'll get from me. All right, so maybe we've wasted enough time before we started talking about baseball during this segment, because we do have some burning questions as the season progresses. Because, listen, we only have about a month left of the regular season, and the Brewers remain what it looks like to be the best team in all of the big leagues. So our question is, do we think that, number one, the Brewers are unquestionably the best team in baseball, and does it guarantee them a World Series win? Because ESPN did this article where they made all these claims and they tried to examine them and say, like, from a number standpoint, this is what, makes sense. But Jenks, sometimes I feel like in baseball, not everything is decided by the numbers. And as uncomfortable as that sounds with all these stats and sabermetrics when it comes to baseball, it's super analytical. We've seen this before, where just because you are the best team in baseball, it does not guarantee you a World Series win. We've seen this with the Dodgers year in and year out. In fact, they've had 5 seasons where they've won over 100 games in the last since 2017. How many World Series have they won in those seasons where they've won more than 100 games? 0. The seasons in which they've won World Series, they won 98 games, not last year, but the year that they won the World Series. And then they, of course, had the COVID year where they won the World Series then. So that was kind of an outlier. But my point being is that just because you are a regular season juggernaut, that's not the way baseball works. Momentum is such a huge deal. And there's always a team that gets hot down the stretch and, wins a World Series. So sometimes, the Dodgers will win and they're the best regular season team. But it's not a guarantee. So I'm not looking at the Brewers and saying, oh, it's guaranteed that they're going to win the World Series.
I agree. Now, they're definitely a well-balanced team, right? Like, their pitching staff is unbelievable. Mizorowski has been an awesome addition, and their lineup has produced in a way that I didn't anticipate. What did we say a few weeks ago where the biggest run differential in baseball belonged to the Brewers? And I absolutely would not have guessed that. So they're getting a ton of production as well. So when you look at the most well-rounded team in baseball, it's arguably the Brewers. I think the issue is, regular season success, like you were talking about, certainly doesn't guarantee you're going to get it done in the postseason. And also when you have these other teams like the Dodgers or like the Phillies or another one of these favorites, maybe the Tigers, because of the star power they have, sometimes it's only a matter of time before they sort of hit the switch because they've kind of been there and done that, and they know how to elevate their game because they have that playoff experience, whereas a team like the Brewers doesn't necessarily have that. So maybe that gives an advantage to these teams that have more star power. But certainly Milwaukee has the talent. But yeah, when you look around Major League Baseball and look at the history of regular season success, just because you do well over 162 games doesn't mean you're going to get it done in the postseason.
Right, and especially if you look at their starting rotation, because they have good starters, but it's a limited sample size when it comes to their postseason experience. I'll say their most veteran pitcher right now in their rotation, Brandon Woodruff, he does have postseason experience, and he has pretty good numbers, but it's not a wealth of experience, you would say. He has 28 innings of work since 2018. He is 1-3 with a 3.18 ERA. So we talk about this in other sports where there are certain guys that just turn it on in the postseason, and there's certain guys that, they're kind of unproven until they prove it in the postseason. So I think that's kind of the vibe that I get from the Brewers is that, they've been this great regular season team, but we see certain guys, that are added to teams just because of what they do in the postseason. George Springer, Carlos Correa kind of fits that mold. And, if you're looking across the way at some of these other teams, don't the Astros feel like the opposite of that? Where in the regular season, they haven't been blowing anybody's doors off. They've been a great, they've been a good team, not the best team in baseball. But when it comes to the postseason, there's so many guys on that roster. You're like, oh, well, I'm not going to doubt him in the postseason.
Yeah.
It feels like the opposite is true for the Brewers, where it feels like one of those teams where, if they don't produce as much in the postseason, I'm not going to be super shocked.
I agree. And also, think about the guys who have been there. Like when Freddie Freeman was going off last year, right? Like he just exploded in the World Series. And you weren't surprised because he's a superstar. He was accustomed to those bright lights. He knew the expectations. He was comfortable with those expectations. Same thing with the Astros, because if you look at Altuve, now Correa, who's been great, by the way, since going back to Houston, don't you know that once the postseason comes around again, it's not going to phase them like it could potentially phase a member of the Brewers? And then with the Phillies, because they've been to the World Series. So, postseason baseball is different. The playoffs in any sport is different, especially in baseball, where those big stars just don't get phased by all of the headlines and all of the spotlight and all of the pressure. The Brewers, having not had that experience, you have to wonder, will they respond like they respond in the regular season? Or will the guys who have been there and done that say, all right, now it's our time. You deal with the pressure because we know what to expect.
Yeah, so we'll see with the Brewers. I'm certainly rooting for them. And I think certain people will look at baseball and say, the Brewers? who cares? We don't want
Yep.
them in the World Series. We want the Yankees and the Dodgers again. I feel like this is what makes baseball great, is that we see these teams, even from mid-markets, that don't spend, maybe as much as the Dodgers, and it's still competitive. Because we don't want a sport where it's just you pay your way and you win a World Series, right? Like, I know that's kind of how college football is, where it's the same, 5 or 6 teams, but baseball is still pretty competitive. And there's a reason why they play 162 games. It is a large sample size sport. And, on any given day, anybody can beat anybody. And speaking of, we'll try to predict some games coming up next here on the show. Our daily baseball card comes your way next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. We're off, we're running, and we're ready to bet on some baseball. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll give you our favorite daily baseball plays on the slates. But before we get to that, some upsetting news. If you're a fan of Jacob deGrom, looks like he's going to miss some time. He's going to miss this next start for the Texas Rangers due to shoulder fatigue. Rangers would need him. They're currently third in the AL West at 62-65 and 6 games back of the American League wild card. Jenks, I feel like this is the time of year where pitchers start to, I don't want to say unravel, but it is really difficult to go an entire season with like an ERA close to 2. Like we've seen this where guys have, the first start of the season where it goes to the All-Star break and we have guys with ERAs in the 1s. But then like the last few months of the season, things start to unravel a bit. And maybe it's due to the fact that some of these hitters are seeing them for like the 3rd or 4th time. But like there's a reason why some of the best ERAs in history, we haven't seen them replicated by some of these guys, no matter how close they seem when, the calendar is on August and the calendar is on July. Like looking at some of the best numbers of all time, Tim Keefe in 1880 had a .6 ERA. It feels like we're a ways from that, though, because that's 1880. That feels like obviously a different era. But when it comes to, closer to modern era, Bob Gibson had a 1.12 ERA in 1968. Dwight Gooden in 1985 had a 1.53. Greg Maddux in 94, 1.56. And then Shane Bieber in a shortened season had a 1.63 ERA. And I know when Jacob deGrom was at his peak, he was getting close to Bob Gibson, then he got hurt. So I know a lot of these guys have really good numbers now, but like we're starting to see it. Like Zach Wheeler just had a shoulder injury where he's going to be out for a while. We've seen Tariq Skubal get touched up. We've seen Paul Skeens give up some runs. He still has a 2.16 ERA, but it's incredibly difficult to go the entire season with an ERA south of 2. And I feel like some of these pitchers are starting to feel either the injuries that come from pitching all the innings or, the hitters are starting to catch up to them.
Well, I can't believe you besmirched the name of Tim Keefe. Okay, that was a great season. So I know it was the 1800s, but come on, give the guy a pass here. I mean, you're absolutely right. The wear and tear that comes with being a major league pitcher is just I think it's hard to understand unless you do it yourself. But there's a reason why all these big names that you mentioned start to struggle a little bit or just wear down. It's more fatigue than anything else, right? And you really have to be careful this time of year, especially when you're talking about someone like Jacob deGrom who has such an injury history, right? Like the last thing you want is for him to go down again or to have to recover, in the offseason. So, and if you're one of those teams, obviously, who you want to make a run in the playoffs, now is the time to maybe rest these guys a little bit or at least slow down their workload somewhat, so they end up being as effective potentially in the postseason as they were in the regular season. But yeah, we see it across the board, even with the best of the best, because it's just so taxing.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult part of like managing some of these starting pitchers, because we see guys who really adamantly want to stay in games. Like who comes to mind is Tariq Skubal. Like he wants to pitch deep into games. But remember, the Tigers have bigger goals this year. They want to win a World Series. So when you're getting close to like a bunch of innings, like let's see what he's at right now. He's at 159 innings of work. I feel like 200 is the number where it's like, all right, that's a lot of innings for one season. So he's not quite to that yet, but the postseason is long. Like especially if you have to go through the wild card, which I know the Tigers do not. But I think this is the difficult part that A.J. Hinch has to manage. Be like, listen, Tariq, I know you want to go 7-8 innings each game, but we're getting late in the season, and we really need you to have your extra juice ready come the postseason. Because the Tigers, this feels like the year, or it feels like, one of their prime windows to win a World Series, especially led by Tariq Skubal. So I know that the Pirates are doing this with Paul Skeens, but it's a bit of a different scenario because the Pirates are not playing for anything.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect way to frame it too, right? And I love the fact that Tariq Skubal has this old school mentality, because as an old school guy, I was so accustomed to watching guys try to go 9 innings every game and go deep into games where middle relievers weren't really a thing like they are now. And now it's all right. You got your 5 1/3 in or 5 2/3, you're out of the game. I love that old school mentality. At the same time, the goal is to win a World Series, right? So I think you say to Tariq, listen, I appreciate this. I want you to continue doing this, but let's give you a little bit of a respite now. Let's give you a little bit of a break now, and then we'll turn you loose in the postseason, and you can do your thing because we want to win it all.
Yeah, especially when number one starters are asked to do even more in the postseason. Because we'll see guys go on shortened rest. They're going to start like every 3 games as opposed to every 5 sometimes. And especially like if it's a clinching scenario, sometimes these guys will even come out in the bullpen. So it's just one of those scenarios where you really want him to be fully prepared and not fully rested. Like you don't want to put him on the shelf too long because that's a delicate balance as well. But still, it's one of those decisions that the manager and the front office has to make in the month of August going into the month of September as well. All right, so we do have a ton of games on the slate today. I think some of these start actually earlier in the day. If you want some daytime baseball, Wednesday is always a great call. All right, so let's start with the Blue Jays and the Pirates. Jenks, the Blue Jays have been good to the show. They've been one of the best teams in all of baseball. And once again, we get, I would say, a palatable price on a very good Blue Jays team. It's minus 155. I know it's a little juicy, but the Pirates, man, they have pretty much packed it in. I understand they can score some runs and win some games still. But the Pirates plus 130 today, if you're interested. Johan Oviedo, who starts for them, limited sample size, 18 ERA, total of 8.5 in this one. Chris Bassett gets the ball for the Blue Jays. He's 11-6 with a 4.22 ERA. And I will say this, I don't like the Blue Jays as much as I liked them yesterday, but if I were to pick a side, I do think it would still be the Blue Jays.
Yeah, Chris Bassett is one of those arms you were talking about, right? Where he's sort of started to tail off a little bit, particularly on the road. His ERA is over 6. But then again, the Pirates are the lowest scoring team in the majors. So if you're going to go with a guy who is a proven arm, even though maybe he's a little tired, this is probably the spot. I shopped around this morning and found the Blue Jays at minus 146, so it's a better price. And also, I think you're just fading Johan Oviedo here. Your sabotage factor is, did he figure it out when he was sent down to AAA after his first start in the majors, which was, I think, early August. Then he went back down to AAA and looked really good, so they're bringing him back up. But ultimately, like we talked about yesterday, Toronto's bats are top 10 at OPS, are top 10 in slugging against righties. And the Pirates, I just don't know. Even if we get a high-scoring game, I don't know if the Pirates have the lineup to compete here unless Bassett just gets shelled. So I want to play the Blue Jays. Why not?
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Like, at least I think all the metrics and numbers, like you point to the numbers and you say, okay, this is the logical play. And that's all you can do in baseball. So I think it's a solid play on the Blue Jays there. All right, next up, big matchup in the American League. We saw a pitcher's duel last night between the Astros and the Tigers. Will we see the same tonight as we have a total of 8.5 between the Tigers and the Astros? Houston short favorites here, minus 130 on the road. Detroit plus 110. Cade Morton gets the ball for them. He's 8-10 with a 5.20 ERA. Framber Valdez gets the ball for the Stros. He's 11-6 with a 3.01 ERA. As good as the pitching has been for the Astros, their offense has been ice cold. 27 consecutive scoreless innings for their bats. Like, when you're talking about the pitching staff, that is a great thing. When you're talking about your offense, not a great thing. So maybe the pitching matchup is a little easier, because I will say last night they had to go against Tariq Skubal. Jenks, do you think we see both of these offenses continue to scuffle? Or do you think there's anything else better should know before betting on this game?
I don't know what to do with this game, because I don't want to trust Charlie Morton. I mean, we faded him when he was with the O's, and he's been better in Detroit, but he's still absolutely hittable. That's why his ERA is over 5. And then Framber Valdez was a guy, again, a lot of these pitchers are just not scuffling necessarily, but they are, they're a little worn out. I mean, Framber Valdez was just an autoplay for a while, but also he struggled recently, giving up, 3 runs against the O's, 4 runs against the Yankees, 5 runs against the Red Sox. He was pitching 1 2-run ball max for a while there. So I would go with the over here, based on Valdez struggling recently, being a little tired, and Charlie Morton and his history this season, especially back in Baltimore. But then again, you mentioned how cold the Astros bats have been. But also, do I want to bank on Charlie Morton? Like, I'm just kind of all over the place with this bet. So initially I liked the over, but then I talked myself into the under. I've made about 4 different cases here during this analysis. I don't know what to do with this game.
So it's Charlie Morton going. I think I had like a amalgamation of last names, whereas Cade Horton and Charlie Morton. So Charlie Morton, I will say this. The Astros should at least have some intel on him because obviously he played for the Astros, so I'm sure they have all types of analytics on him.
Mm-hmm.
Does not guarantee that they will hit off of him, but Charlie Morton is one of those like wild card pitchers, in my opinion, where some days he's going to have his curveball working and he's going to strike out 10 like he did against the Angels, but he still gave up 6 earned runs. So he's just too all over the place for me to want to bet on him. So maybe this is one of those games you just watch, because I will say maybe this is a postseason preview if the Astros can start scoring runs, because obviously that's not the way you make it to the postseason, is by getting blanked 27 consecutive innings. All right, Jenks, free roll here. What's a game that stood out to you, or a game that you're interested in, maybe from a betting standpoint?
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to play this game or not. So,
okay.
What do you think about Cardinals Marlins? Andre Palante and Sandy Alcantara. So here's the thing with Sandy. Yeah, you can play it down to 8.
Okay.
Go minus 140. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Alcantara is interesting because, look, he was straight fade early in the season. Could not get it right. But then he kind of started putting it together. But even now, it's like he'll go 7 strong and allow 3 hits and no runs, and then he'll just give up 6 earned in 3 innings. Like, I still don't think he's trustworthy. And then Andre Palante, who has not been trustworthy either. He's been on the struggle bus in a big way. 12 runs in his last 11 2/3 innings. That covers his last 3 appearances. So I'm not crazy about it, but if you can play it down to 8 and go over in Miami, I think that's probably where I'd go.
Yeah, that was my first impression. So, like, I thought maybe you'd go that direction with the over.
Yeah.
And I don't have any numbers to support this, but this kind of goes hand in hand with the discussion we were having about the pitchers, is that I feel like the deeper we go into the season, the more overs we see, just because these pitchers are seeing the same lineups over and over again. Because, you know, once you see a guy's stuff, it's easier to hit it. So let's go to the numbers for both of these offenses in the last month and see if maybe we can make a case there. All right, so neither of these teams are in the top 10, I will say, of offenses. St. Louis has not been great, bumpers, but a lot of that is, you know, pitching matchups, and it's like Sandy Alcantara could certainly give up some runs. Marlins not in the top 10 either, but I think a lot of this is just fading the starting pitching. And again, I feel like the offenses kind of rule the roost this time in the season, so that was my first indication, especially with both these pitchers. But I don't know. The Cardinals and Marlins are not 2 teams that I trust. Like, do you get what I'm saying? It's like there's certain teams in baseball, there is a reason I don't bet on them. Like, I feel like the Royals are, like, prime example number 1. A team that should be good, but they've been so disappointing this year. It's like they're just middling. All of their stats are like, oh, they're like 31-30 at home and 28-31 on the road. Like, there's just nothing that jumps off the page. So I feel like both the Cardinals and Marlins kind of fit that mold for me.
I totally agree, and that's, you know, when you talked about their hitting or lack thereof, that's kind of what scares me away, which is I think this is an over game. I would play it as an over game, but also, will these bats wake up? I just don't know based on the metrics here. And I keep going back to Alcantara, which is he could pitch a gem, and then maybe he won't. But if I'm going to back an over, I at least need to have the bats here to justify it. And I think it's the one area where I just can't sell myself on it as much as I want to. And so I think ultimately it's a stay away for me. But I know what you're saying. Like, with these 2 teams, they haven't been consistent at really doing anything this season.
Yeah, it's like when you're betting on the NBA and people are like, what about the Hornets and the Bulls? I'm like, I don't want to bet money on those teams. Like, I just don't. Like, they're not known commodities. All right, we have a minute left. What about this Brewers game? Jacob Mizorowski pitching for the Brew Crew, who have now lost 2 games in a row to the Cubs. Is it a bounce-back spot for Milwaukee here?
Maybe. Oh, the Cubs are good. Milwaukee, obviously the best team in baseball. This is really a flip of the coin. But I don't. If I could get an under 7 or under 8, I should say, I would probably play it. But under 7s are hard for me. I mean, maybe you do what you did yesterday, which is you go first 5 or first 7 and you play an under there, and then you bank on these guys going and being, really effective and maybe going deeper into games. But also you've got 2 really good lineups. Probably stay away from me. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Jacob Mizrowski's probably not going to go deep in the game. And here's the thing. Since these two teams played a doubleheader, the bullpen might be a little worn down. So usually those are games that I like to stay off of unders. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those you just watch because it is a big game in the National League. Coming up next, time to tell you what's grinding our gears this week as we play One About It Wednesday. Next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Kate Constable of Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Can the Packers return to the top of the NFC North on the next Bet Sweats?
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. It is Wednesday, August the 20th here on the show. And Wednesday means one thing here on the show, that we're going to whine about it. It's time to start complaining and get paid to do so, as we do Whine About It Wednesday here in a few minutes here on the show. But Jenks, life update with me and the fam. So Blake has officially started playing softball, which feels like a big step because obviously I played a little softball in high school, but more obviously my husband was a Major League Baseball player. So one would think that Blake should have a pretty good pedigree to be good at softball. So we had our first practice, and listen, she just decided that she wanted to play softball like 2 weeks ago, and so we signed her up, and we have not played any type of softball in the house. Like, we have not gotten her ready. We have not taught her the basics of the game. So we show up to practice, and she's 5. One would think that all these girls would be in the same boat as her, as like, you know, they don't really know the rules of the game. No, she's like by far the worst one. Like, I don't want her to hear this, but I want her to like get her confidence like crushed. But like, she didn't know the rules. She didn't know where first base was. So like, we have some teaching to do. And I feel like it's even more difficult because I haven't told anybody else on the team that like Jake played baseball. Because all the other dads are like, yeah, I played high school baseball, so she's going to be pretty good.
Those guys are the worst.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I played a little high school baseball. We made it to regional finals, so I feel like she's got a little bit of dad in her, you know.
Meanwhile, Blake's walking up with a basketball to the batter's box. You're like, oh, honey, no. Yeah, you know, hold that in your back pocket. That's the best thing, right? Let these guys talk their talk, and then you drop the, oh, yeah. My husband was a Major League Baseball pitcher. Just wait for that one.
But I also don't want the pressure to be, like, hard on her. You get what I'm saying? That's the tough part of her playing a sport that her dad was really good at. Because, like, softball is a little different, obviously. But I'm sure it's the same deal as, like, you know, these sons of guys who are really good at said sport where it almost feels like they want to go into a different sport because the pressure's not there. So that is a balance that we're trying to get to right now.
Well, I totally understand that. I would also say at the end of the day, she's 5. So for every, you know, she's 5 years old. So for every kid at whatever age was amazing at 12, you know, there's someone who is a late bloomer in whatever the sport may be. I think at this point, you teach her the sport and you just let her have as much fun as she can have, and then either she'll develop a natural passion for that, or maybe she won't. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's the tricky part, is because, like, as a parent, you want to set your kid up for success as well as you can, but you don't want to push. Like, I don't want to be that parent that's so out of touch that, like, she clearly hates it, and we're, you know, drilling, ground balls at her. But then you hear about kids growing up. Like, Jake was talking about how his dad used to just, like, you know, line balls at him, and it was just so hard, and he was crying in the dirt, and so hard he was on him. And you've heard the stories about, like, Tiger Woods' dad.
Yeah.
So, like, how do you balance the right amount of intensity before, like, breaking your child?
I think, well, far be it from me to be an expert, but I think what you have to do is, first of all, you have to naturally, I mean, you want to introduce your child to different things, right? And let them sort of figure out what they like, what they don't. And then once they find that passion and say, oh, I really like this, I'm not saying to be hard on your kid, but it's okay to sort of guide them and sort of help them be the best they can be at that particular passion within reason. But the worst thing you can do is shoehorn your kid into something they don't want to do, and then you make them do it, because all that does is end up leading to a resentful kid at some point, and they'll just walk away.
I know, and that's the difficult part, because I think she's shown like a little interest. She's like, I think I want to do cheerleading, and I'm like, no, don't do cheerleading.
Professional cheerleading.
Like, I don't want her to
next thing you know, she's dating Andy Reid. Who knows?
Wow.
Well, Jordan Hudson did it.
I don't know where that came.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, I wasn't.
Sorry, that maybe was a stretch. Sorry, I'm just saying. She becomes a really good at cheerleading. Next thing you know, you got an NFL head coach, a college head coach. Who knows?
Oh, imagine like pushing your kid into cheerleading for that reason. You're like,
Oh my
you're going to
God.
date an NFL head coach one day.
One of these days, you're going to marry Kyle Shanahan. Now, he's not going to look the same as he does now because you need to age, but just wait. You're going to San Francisco, honey. Yeah.
You're going to be
that.
a real estate mogul with
know.
3 properties valued at $1.2 million. Real estate mogul.
Now, get out there and give us your best cheer. Nationals are next week.
All right. Before somebody writes a letter, I'm like, cheerleading is a sport. I just don't want her to be in a sport where she's like rooting for somebody else and she's not like the one that's competing. Like the cheerleading competitions is one thing, but
Yeah.
I don't want her to be on the sideline and be like, go team. I want her to be the team. I want her to be the person that's actively participating in something and not just like in it to be popular. Because like that's why girls used to do cheerleading when I was in school,
Yeah.
to be popular. It was not love of the game. It was love of short skirts and dating the quarterback. So I just don't want that for her.
Well, that's, I mean, you know.
NFL head coach, yes. Quarterback,
High schoolers, you know, that's sort of the part of the challenge, right? I mean, why do you do a lot of the things that you do in high school? Except for obviously be a stud pitcher like that dad you were talking about. I mean, that's amazing, obviously.
Ah, yeah. He could have made it to state, but he got
He
hurt.
could have made it to state. Man, that rotator cuff. What are you about to throw a ball over that mountain? Just wait. Keep that in your back pocket. I'm telling you.
It's crazy how true that is for like small town athletes. All right, so I alluded to it. Now it's time to wind us up and let it go. It's time to start our Whine About It Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
All right, so I feel like I whine throughout the show. I feel like it's not, regulated to just this segment. But I have more stuff up my sleeve. You best believe it. But Jenks, I'm going to let you go first here since I feel like I've already whined about the state of youth sports. What are you whining about on this Wednesday?
Okay, I'll make this quick. Rental car companies, they are the worst. They are the worst, okay?
Amen.
Oh, we have a partnership with one company. I won't even say the name, like here. And I was like, oh, I can use this for my trip to Texas. I log in. I'm like, your rates are more than the regular rates. What's the point of this? I'm like, never mind. So then I go into Expedia, and then I sign up with Hertz. Now, first of all, you guys made a huge mistake years ago when O.J. Simpson was your spokesman. We won't even go into that. And then I go to Dallas-Fort Worth, right? And they're like, don't worry. We've got your car ready to go. You don't even need to go to the counter. How many times have you heard this? Well, I land. I'm like, hey, I'm here. They're like, pick your car. I'm like, great. I select my car. No cars available. Are there cars available? There were. We just had to go to the counter and go through the whole process, which they said we weren't going to have to go through. And I feel like everyone has a story like this. Rental car companies are all, and then when you're trying to sign up for a car, it's, hey, how about insurance? And you're like, nope.
Oh.
Are you sure you want to handle it yourself? I'm like, yes, I am. What about roadside assistance? You want that? Nope. So you're sure you want to handle it yourself? I'm like, these are 8 screens. No, I don't. They're the worst. They've always been the worst. They've never improved their product. Rental car companies. That's what I'm going with.
Ooh, they were terrible when we went to Banff. Like, they were trying to pull this nonsense of, like, oh, since you're in Canada, you don't get the upgrade that comes with a presidential circle. It's the same company. Like,
Right.
why does it have to be so different? Like, let's not act like Canada is some, like, foreign nation where everything is so different. Like, no, you should have done this. What about your insurance? Does it cover, in Canada? So, yeah, I already looked it up. He was like, are you sure? They're real pushy about the insurance.
They
Like,
are.
that's the number one thing that, like, they, I guess, are instructed to push is, like, get them to buy the insurance for $250 extra. Like, leave us alone. I have coverage. I approved it. Let it rest. All right, so I'm not complaining about rental car companies. I am instead going to be complaining about something that I feel like most straight males are going to hard disagree with me on. The fact that Sydney Sweeney is everywhere now. Like, I want to miss Sydney Sweeney a little bit. She is on every ad. She is on every product. She's with Baskin-Robbins now. We have seen her with American Eagle. She's even on these random drinks that I buy my mom. They're BAI, Bay drinks. And I'm looking there and I'm like, why do we need Sydney Sweeney's strawberry? Like, my goodness, she's going to be challenging Shaq for the most commercials. And I feel like she doesn't need to. Like, you have the trump card of anybody in Hollywood. You are an extremely hot young girl. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do 1,000 ads. Do you think your career is drying up soon? I feel like it's not. So stop taking everything and saying yes to it. Sydney Sweeney's agent, what are we doing? Let's limit it a bit.
Did you know you just lost your friendship with Dylan? It just ended just
I don't
now.
care. Sponsored by Sydney Sweeney's favorite donut.
Rage bait. I have not seen all these ads. I've seen a few, but she is just absolutely everywhere. I mean, you're right. She is everywhere. Not
Just
necessarily
let us miss her for
complaining,
a
but, you
bit.
know, she is everywhere.
I just feel like it cheapens the A-list ability of her because
Yeah.
I feel like part of the intrigue for like A-list celebrities like Brad Pitt, George Clooney is that they're kind of closed off to us a bit. Like they're not super active on social media. They don't do 1,000 rounds of like press tours unless they're promoting a movie. Like these influencers, like they have to do that because they're not famous and they're not good at anything.
Right.
Sydney Sweeney is famous and she's good at acting. She doesn't need to do this. So I don't know the strategy there, but like next up, she's going to be there with Shaq doing ads for the General.
Sydney Sweeney and Shaq in a car, you know, and then they turn around and the General's in the back seat and they just laugh. Cha-ching, more cash for both of those. Or maybe Sydney Sweeney comes off the set and she's rubbing her shoulder. She's got to have some icy hot. I don't know. Something ridiculous. You know, I can work up an appetite after an all day on the set, and that's why I cannot wait to get into this Papa John's. And Shaq walks in. Oh, hold on a second. That's mine. Oh, wipe themselves.
I don't know. I just feel like it's oversaturation. Like, I like Sydney Sweeney, but like, let's not abuse it. All right, hour 3's next to the show. I promise I won't complain about Sydney Sweeney anymore. Next on the Daily Tip, NFL headlines coming your way next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are rolling into hour 3 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. It is the midweek edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we start in the Midwest. Who's your country? John Cougar Mellencamp country. Caitlin Clark country. As the Colts name their starting quarterback, which I guess is now Danny Dimes country. Then in 20 minutes, we'll go all over the country and chat college football with Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports, along with our best bets and the Docster coming your way at 8:40. And how you doing? Tip of the cap. Hello to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. It's easy to do if you want to see us. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're like, dude, it's too early for you guys. If not, you want to tune in. Easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, we begin in the NFL, and it is official in Indianapolis. As we suspected, Danny Dimes, QB1, for the Indianapolis Colts. How must Colt fans be feeling this morning? A huge meh coming from the Midwest. So here is Shane Steichen saying why he went with Danny Dimes over Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, I think he's a veteran guy that's been around the block and seen a few things, and seeing how he interacts with his teammates and how they've taken to him and how he's taken to them. I think he's done a really nice job, and I think the guys are excited for his opportunity. He's proven that. I think the behind-the-scenes stuff that people don't see with Daniel Jones is his work ethic, the way he connects with his teammates, the operational stuff, like I said at the start of this thing, in the huddle, the communication, the checks, all that. And I think we got a good group around him. Overall, our football team, offensively, the weapons we have, that I feel that he can be successful in it.
I mean, I do think he is an upgrade over Anthony Richardson. Daniel Jones is going to be just fine. He'll have those moments where he takes off with his legs. He'll throw a touchdown or two, and he'll be okay. And then other times he will probably lose a game for you. But ultimately, this is just more of an indictment on Anthony Richardson. And the Colts chose him number 5 overall in 2023. And since that time, he's either been banged up, taking himself out of a game, but more than anything, just hasn't shown the potential to be an NFL quarterback. Hell of an athlete, no doubt. But that was the book on him at Florida. Man, this guy is a super athlete. If he learns to throw the ball, he's going to be great. Well, guess what? He's never learned to throw the football. His completion percentage in his career is 50.3%. He's thrown for 11 touchdowns and 13 picks. He has not even become close to what you might expect from a professional quarterback. And I think he's done with the Colts, and he's a career backup at best. I know that sounds harsh. I've seen nothing from him that makes me think he's a QB1 in the NFL.
That or like a package quarterback where you just put him in certain situations and he runs the football.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the only thing I see for Anthony Richardson. And I think it's depressing for Colts fans because I feel like they should have seen a little bit of this coming. Like, if you don't have a completion percentage that exceeds 60% in any year in college, what made you think it was going to get better in the NFL?
Yeah.
The defenses don't get easier in the NFL. Things don't slow down when you reach the NFL. So it was one of those things where they took a shot and they thought that he had potential. But believe it or not, you have to be able to throw the ball accurately to be a successful quarterback in this day and age's NFL. So I think that was why the Colts have been dragging their feet, is because for a long time they didn't want to admit that this was a wasted draft pick. Because when you have a 5th overall draft pick, this is a big investment in your future. And that investment crashed out. Mm-hmm. And, you know, for a long time, they wanted to believe that it wasn't a mistake. But now, like, they've got to come back to reality. And so now they finally did. But I think moving forward, now here's the tough part, is that now it feels like the vibes are bad in the locker room. We've heard, some of the offensive linemen talk about how difficult it makes their job when they have zero continuity at quarterback. We've heard the agent trying to beef with the organization saying, oh, you've lost our trust now. So it just feels like a lot of nonsense going on in Indianapolis, and the season hasn't even started. So it's a tough road for the Colts. I don't think it's a team that I'll be betting on any of their overs. In fact, I think the under 7.5 wins this year is a pretty solid bet for the Colts.
Man, it's been a rough run for fans in Indianapolis over the past few months. You know what I mean? Like the Pacers make the finals, they get to a Game 7, and then Tyrese Halliburton tears his Achilles. Brutal. Okay, you got the fever. Then Caitlin Clark in and out of the lineup. She may not play again for the rest of the regular season. Sophie Cunningham is now out for the season.
Yeah.
Very likely with a knee injury. And you're like, well, at least we got... It's Daniel Jones. Anthony Richardson can't even be the starter. Oh, just one gut punch after another. And yeah, this has nothing to do with trust. If you think a personal trust was broken, wrong. If you think a professional trust was broken, yeah, we trusted you to come in and show us the skills to be an NFL quarterback, and it didn't happen. We don't trust you. You're right. We don't trust you to be our quarterback, so we're going with Daniel Jones. Tough times in Indy. Time to turn on the old John Cougar Mellencamp and just reminisce for a little while.
Well, even if you go back like a few years where... Like, imagine the gut punch that was when Andrew Luck retired. Like, imagine that.
Right.
Like, you finally get a quarterback who is, such a guaranteed thing to be a franchise quarterback, and then he retires out of nowhere. So I'm sure Colts fans, and here's the thing, if you are this, like, down on your luck, you're starting to think in, like, crazy hypotheticals. And Jenks, we've heard something about Arch Manning lately that maybe he could be declaring. So it's been a while since a Manning has been in a Colts uniform, but when he was, it was amazing. So do we think the Colts will be tanking for Arch Manning?
Well, we need to talk about this. So this goes back to give the backstory here. This is a couple weeks ago when Archie Manning, the grandfather of Arch, was being interviewed and said, Arch, he's going to stay in Texas for 2 years. We're not worried about that. He loves Austin. He's staying in Texas. Well, yesterday, Arch was asked about that comment, and here was his response.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
All right. Very short from Arch. I don't think this means he's leaving. I think it means what we've said it means. Or it means, well, it depends on how this season plays out for Texas, right? If Texas has a great season, if they potentially win a national title, they're the favorites. Or Arch potentially wins the Heisman Trophy, he's the favorite. Or even if he doesn't. But if he has an amazing year, which I think he will, and Texas comes close to winning it all, and the projections are, if you leave, you will be the number one pick in the NFL draft, then yeah, would he consider going? Of course. He'd be foolish not to. But it also would not shock me if he stays 2 full years, because he does love being a Longhorn, does love being in Austin, and also it depends on who would potentially draft him, which makes us think, would the Colts, with the Manning history there, with Peyton obviously spending the bulk of his career there, would they ever tank for Arch?
Well, I mean, if I'm a fan, that's what I would hope for, right?
Right.
Because as a fan, like, you don't want to live in no man's land. Like, you want hope for a better future, and that better future usually is tied to the shoulders of a franchise quarterback. And Arch Manning already feels like the real deal, even though, let me probably pump the brakes a little bit, because he hasn't played that much in college football.
Right.
So maybe we shouldn't be, talking about tanking for a quarterback who might not even be the first overall pick. Like, it's not a guarantee. And I understand I'm treading lightly because I know you're a Texas fan.
No, that's
and I
okay.
do think he's going to be a great quarterback. But, like, it's a lot of expectations to put on somebody. And I don't think we're at the tanking stage yet, because, like, the season hasn't even started. Like, maybe if the Colts start 0-6, maybe you start thinking it. Like, the guys are still going to be playing hard on the field, but, like, if you're, running the franchise, you say, hey, maybe we need to sit some of these guys and try to write it out for a franchise quarterback. But I don't think it's one of those things that they'll start the season tanking. I don't think any team starts the season tanking, right? They at least wait till, a few games in to see how the season's going to go.
Well, and also, like, the idea of tanking for a full season or tanking in general in the NFL or any other sport is, I think, overused a lot. These are professional athletes, right? These guys are earning paychecks. And in the NFL, the average career is around 3.5 years or less. So for every superstar that you hear about that gets all this guaranteed money and they play for years, there are dudes just grinding it out. And so you're not going to start the season and say, let's see if we can go 0-17. Like, you want to piss an athlete off? Walk up to an NFL player in the locker room and suggest that they weren't trying very hard. I can assure you it will not go very well for you. I've seen people suggest such things, and it is not fun to watch. These are pros. They're never going to go out there and not try. Now, at the end of the season, if it's close, you might say, all right, maybe we see a team hold out a couple of its stars in the name of, we don't want these guys to get injured. We want some of our younger guys to get some experience here. And then, wink, wink, maybe that gives us a chance at the number 1 overall pick. But it has to be close, number 1. And number 2, the Colts would have to be really bad to be as bad as, like, the Jets or especially the Saints. So I don't think they're going to be in that position in the first place. I mean, the Saints, come on.
Saints.
Scraping the bottom. They're going to get demoted to the UFL.
They got some tough competition with the Saints. Yeah. And also, here's the thing in the NFL. Just because you get the first overall pick as a quarterback, it does not guarantee your franchise success. Because what are the most recent chants for, like, tanking for Tua, tanking for Trevor Lawrence, tanking for Caleb Williams? Like, none of those teams have really realized, I'm not saying it wasn't worth it, like, if they were tanking in the season. Yeah. But you get what I'm saying. In the NFL, it does not guarantee you a Super Bowl win.
No, not at all. I mean, quarterbacks are never a guarantee in the National Football League. I think Arch is going to be great. I think he's going to be awesome this season. I don't know if he's going to win the Heisman. I kind of think Cade Klubnik is probably that guy, if you had to ask me. And I think there's a huge possibility that Arch stays based on who has that number 1 pick. That's the one thing we know about the Mannings, right? Like, they're not going to let their next potential superstar go to a garbage franchise. They will find a way to get out of that situation. And why is that? Ironically, it's because of Archie, who started this whole thing in the first place, right? Because if it weren't for the team around him and injuries, Archie would probably be a Hall of Famer himself. I mean, some guys in the NFL, they just don't find themselves in the right situation. You could be a receiver, you could be a running back, look at Saquon. Saquon just struggling for years to find any sort of daylight behind the Giants' offensive line. An incredible talent, banged up. And what does everyone say? If he just had a decent team around him. And what happens? He goes to a great team, loses his mind. Incredible season. Same thing for a quarterback. You got no talent around you, no line. It's just tough being an NFL quarterback. The Mannings are not going to let that happen to Arch. So if you have a team that is going to draft number 1 overall and all indications are going to be, hey, this team wants Arch, they might just say, you know what, maybe we'll wait another year. Not you guys.
Even though it is interesting that the teams that the Manning name is attached to just happen to be like 2 of the teams that look like they might be the worst this year. Because think about it. Like, if this is the situation and Archie doesn't want his son going to a bad franchise, but it's the Saints, can you do that to that fan base?
I think this is when you kind of have to sway. This is when you use your influence, right? And you should. This is when you use your influence and your history with the Saints and you talk to these teams and you say, what is your plan moving forward? You know, what does your cap space look like? Is your ownership group or your ownership in a place where they are ready to start building a winner and spending to build a winner? I mean, those are conversations that you can have and conversations that you can have access to because you're the Manning family. So it's not as easy necessarily as if Arch is great, he's going to leave. I think there's a lot more factors than that. But I don't think if he decided to leave this season, the Colts are going to be bad enough for him to go to Indianapolis. I think Daniel Jones, oddly enough, is good enough to keep them from being, he might not be incredible, but he's good enough to keep them from being the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah, especially in that division. Like, the AFC South is not exactly the best division in football.
Right. This Arch talk, I got to tell you. I don't mind it. Doesn't bother me a bit. Coming up here on the show, it's week 0 in college football, so we're going to get you ramped up with Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports. That's Chelsea. I'm Jinx. That is next on the Daily Tip. It is on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable of Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. Can the Packers return to the top of the NFC North on the next Bet Sweats?
Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Oh, it is almost here. Week 0 in college football, so we'll get you ready for it with Joe DeLeon, college football analyst for A to Z Sports and also co-host of the Ruffino and Joe show. Chelsea, when are you going to start betting on college football? Because it's here. I feel like we are really into the baseball space because it's been a whole summer full of baseball. But even Double D during the break was like, should I do a degenerate parlay this week, even though it's week 0? And I was like, yes, of course. You were going to do it anyway, buddy. I know you too well. Are you going to start betting on football this week?
It depends. It depends on what I find with my research. Because as we know in betting, like sometimes you shouldn't bet on things just to bet on it. Like if you're doing it for fun, that's fine. But like I'm not going to sit here and like force a bet. So like if I do my research and like find some big discrepancy, but I will say college football more than like some other sports, there is so much turnover. And it feels like there are so many unknowns that like I don't feel especially confident even in some of these big name teams because the quarterbacks are so new and there's so little sample size that what are we really supposed to expect? So for me, it just feels like it's not one of those things where I'm going to put like my whole bank account on some of these teams when I have freshman quarterbacks.
Yeah, I get it. I like anything else, and I know we say this at the beginning of every season, it's always nice to sort of just kind of see how things shake out a little bit, at least for a week or two maybe, until you start betting. But at the same time, this will be more where I do it personally, just for my own personal entertainment, as opposed to putting out official bets on the show. But, you know, I got to have a little action in the game. I mean, something, right? We have enough games on the card just to where it's like, I'll put a little something here. See how that goes. So I won't put it on the show, but I'll definitely do it on a personal level.
Yeah, there's going to be all kinds of promos, too. Like, go to BetMGM. I'm sure they'll have 1,000 promos before college football starts. So I bet you'll get a bonus bet. You'll get a parlay boost token. So you might as well take advantage.
Oh, my God. I cannot believe you mentioned that because you are right. You got to get in on the excitement at BetMGM with an any sport, no sweat token. If you don't win your wager, you get your stake back in bonus bets. You can't lose. That's a no sweat bet token at BetMGM. Okay, college football season time. And we bring in Joe DeLeon, who is a college football expert for A to Z Sports. Joe, I think we got you locked in, ready to go. How you doing this morning?
I couldn't be doing better. I mean, you guys just perfectly laid out the excitement that's coming up for this Saturday. I know that it's not the exciting Week 1 slate with Ohio State and Texas and Notre Dame and Miami, but, man, I'm going to be sitting on my couch. I am going to be turning off notifications from outside sources that aren't Twitter, and I'm going to be watching this Kansas State-Iowa State game. It is going to be a great, great weekend.
Okay, we have you maxed out. We can barely hear you, so we got you, but it's super, super low. So maybe we can try this again, or maybe we can bring you in over the phone. Maybe we'll do that as well. So Joe, hang tight. Just want to make sure we can hear you because I did hear you talk about Iowa State and Kansas State. I want to talk about that game, and I definitely want to hear you talk about turning off your notifications because I'm the same way. Don't bother me during college football. Leave me alone. It better be a family emergency, Jill. So that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, maybe he can give us just like one of those signals from the sideline. Like, remember when they used to do those like play cards that had like pop culture things on them?
Yeah.
Do they still do that? Where they show like, it's like Natalie Portman and it's like, Grimace, and they have like these 4 squares that they call the plays with. Do they still do that?
Oh, yeah. It's like there's a McGriddle, Brad Pitt, Jared from Subway. It's like, guys, come on. We got to update these. What are we doing here? Come on. It's 2025. We got to move forward here. So I don't know if they still do that or not because that was all the rage at one point, right? Like every college football team was doing that. And then Connor Stallions came along with all of his interpretations, and it just changed the game. It changed everything.
His glasses that had the little light on them. You're like, something looks a little off. Have you been following the installments of that story? Like now there's something with Jim McElwain being involved, and apparently like maybe he knew about it. Like I probably need to read more into it before I just start rumors. but I'm pretty sure there's some involvement there.
Oh, man. That story just keeps evolving and keeps getting worse for Michigan. And also, Jim Harbaugh is never going to coach again. Harbaugh, he's never going to coach again at the college level. Like, he's like,
care.
My title, I am out of here. We are still working on Joe DeLeon. So we're going to call him. We're going to call him on the old landline. I'm sure he doesn't have a landline. Before we get, let me ask you this. When is the last time that you used or got rid of your landline? Or did you ever even have one? Because I'm sold. I remember getting rid of mine.
Oh, my mom still has a landline because my mom lives in the sticks.
Nice.
So she doesn't get cell phone reception at her house. So if you want to call anybody at my mom's house, you are using the home phone. So we still have a home phone. We still have the same number that we've had for the last 40 years.
Love that.
So, yeah, still in the landline business.
Well, we got him on the phone. I think it's a cell phone, unfortunately. I'd love to have a good landline here. Maybe we can get that installed. But I'm just trying to get good coffee. So, maybe my ask is way above the pay grade here. But let's bring him back in. Joe DeLeon, who covers college football for A to Z Sports. All right, Joe, we got you now. So let me ask you again because I want to make sure everyone hears what you said initially. And I know you were talking about the Kansas State-Iowa State game, which should be a really good one.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I could not be more excited for this college football slate kicking off. And I know it's not our usual typical, we've had some pretty good week 0 games, and this week 1 slate of games are going to be fantastic, but I am not going to be happier than I am going to be this upcoming Saturday, sitting on my couch, ignoring all of the outside noise. Doesn't matter who calls or texts me. I'm just going to be sitting on my couch for that noon kick between Kansas State and Iowa State.
Yeah, so have you looked at any of these games specifically yet? Have you gotten some initial reads where ooh, I really like this team in this spot? Because it's not just week 0. Week 1, we have some great matchups. We have LSU and Clemson. We have Texas and Ohio State. Have any of those games stood out to you from a predicting standpoint? Because obviously we're a betting show.
Yeah, of course. The one game that for week 1 that I've been pushing the most for a bet that I really like taking Texas money line for that first kickoff on Saturday in week 1. The thing that really draws my attention is we're getting a game between 2 evenly matched teams, but one team has a slight edge in the area that Texas is bringing back both their coordinators. They have an incredibly deep defensive line, and we have a quarterback for Texas who has at least played some games and has stepped into difficult settings, unlike Julian Sayin, who was just named Ohio State starter. He does not have any reps underneath his belt. He could be tremendous. I saw a stat yesterday from one of the team pages on On3, I believe it was the Texas page, that posted apparently first-time starting quarterbacks against number 1 overall teams are 0-18. So that is not boding well for Julian Sayin in this matchup. But we know that Chip Kelly's gone, Jim Knowles is gone, who are the 2 coordinators. And their defensive line, the interior of their defensive line got completely picked apart this past draft. So I really like Texas. I think Texas and Arch Manning are going to surprise people, and they're going to hit the ground running. But to talk very briefly about this Kansas State-Iowa State game, I really like Kansas State minus 3.5, and I really like taking the under 49.5 in this one. I think for a circumstance where playing in the soccer stadium in Ireland, it's typically been quite low scoring. We've seen these teams have a lot of trouble throwing the ball. I think that it is going to be on the ground, and it's going to be a very slow game. And the big reason why I like Kansas State for this one, we've got 2 evenly matched quarterbacks. One of them, Ian Rocco Beck, lost his top 2 receivers, which was the few times that last year we see a receiving tandem that 2 guys went over 1,000 yards with Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knowles. So those guys are gone. Beck is starting completely from scratch, and he's been shaky at times throughout his career.
Joe, you mentioned Julian Sayin being the starter for Ohio State, and then you have a guy like C.J. Carr, who's a freshman, going for Notre Dame against Miami. How do you bet, or do you bet these young quarterbacks who are either freshmen or who have very little experience at the college level, especially when they start off in big games?
Well, the big thing that I try to focus on when I'm making these decisions with these games with very little quarterback play, and you guys alluded to this at the beginning of the segment, you don't really have exposure to what these players have done, except if you maybe go back and watch their spring game performances. But you have to take all that with a grain of salt. It's like trying to assume what a rookie quarterback in the NFL is going to do just because he's playing well in the preseason. But the thing that I try to focus on is, what is the supporting cast like? What is the situation that is around him? How many offensive linemen are coming back? What is the running back room like coming back? What is the defense? How loaded and how talented is that defense? For C.J. Carr specifically, and why I like Notre Dame to win in Week 1 against Miami, is that he's bringing back around him the deepest running back group in college football with Jadarian Price, Anais Williams, and, of course, Jeremiah Love. He's got an offensive line, even with Charles Jagusah out, that has been cohesive and together for a very long time, with a couple new faces stepping in, but they have all been there. There are no transfer portal guys. And on defense, they had one of the youngest defenses in college football and still had one of the best defenses in college football. Their secondary is elite. They are going to be very hard to throw against, going up against a quarterback, Carson Beck, in this specific situation that has had issues with dealing with tight coverage and making mistakes in those circumstances. The other part, just to add to this, when I'm picking in a specific matchup, also got to look at the opponent. Does whatever they're bringing into this battle, is it enough to rattle a first-time quarterback? I think that ultimately trying to project what a guy is going to do is going to end up leading to failure. Trying to look around at everything that's happening around them, all the other variables, is how you end up finding success.
All right, so let me ask you, because we've had a lot of college football guests on our show, and I feel like I'm taking like notes and like, you know, tallying up how many teams get this nod, but who's your dark horse team? Because we've had a heavy serving of Nebraska. We've had some Illinois. We've had a little Oklahoma thrown in. Who's that dark horse team for you this year?
That team for me is Florida. And I know that they've got an insanely difficult, tumultuous path. They've got one of the hardest schedules in the country. They're plus 3,500 right now, depending on the book that you go to for national championship odds. The way that I look at this, and I think that this is a true dark horse in the sense that if the season goes poorly, it goes really bad, and they're a 7-win team and everything falls apart. But if everything goes well and you're able to battle through the adversity that's in front of you, there's a really good chance, I believe, if they put together the resume that they could put together this year, it could be a 9-3 team that gets into the college football playoff, or they go 10-2. I think that really galvanizes that group. And the reason why I'm buying in, we've got a very veteran offensive line, a very talented offensive line. They've got an explosive receiving room. They also have a defensive line that is filled with future top 50 NFL draft picks. That is all going to be boosted by what DJ Lagway, I believe he can do in year 2 as the starter here. It gave him an advantage, and I know he was banged up, and he's been a little banged up so far going into this season, but he got to play. And kind of like what you just mentioned there with Nebraska, having those live bullets helps him understand what he needs to do in order to make big plays as a sophomore. We're not throwing a guy into the mix like Julian saying where it's a complete guess. He made so many highlight throws in difficult situations that he should not have been able to make last year, that I think in a little bit more of a settled and more consistent situation, and this team actually playing together more because it was so banged up last year, this Florida team has an opportunity to do some serious damage and to maybe go on a playoff run.
He covers college football for A to Z Sports, also co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. It is Joe DeLeon. Joe, I'm glad we got the situation worked out and got you on the air, because I know you're looking forward to this like we are, and we'll have you on again during the season.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys.
You bet. The old landline comes through. It's probably his cell phone, but it makes me feel good to go back in time. On our podcast, we have an actual landline where people leave voicemails, which is awesome, and I kind of love that old school aspect. I miss my old landline. You know what I mean? Like, if I ever needed something, I always go to the landline. It was there. But I remember when I was like, Michael, you're being an old man. It's time to take this thing away now. And there it went. That was, God, probably 15 years ago.
I remember growing up that it was a big deal to have like 2 lines at your house. Like, remember that? When you would have like a separate line for the kids. Like those were the rich people where you're like, oh man, she's got her own line. She's got her own line for AOL. Cause that was the other thing. If you only had one line to log on to America Online, you had to use up the phone line. So that would be a big squabble within the household as well.
Well, oh man, I get a story about that. We're running out of time here, but because I was one of those kids. My brother and I had our own phone line, and let me tell you,
easy
to remember. Oh yeah. Coming up next on the show, we'll continue our fascinating landline talk. And since it's the middle of the week, we're going to look at our betting cards and give you some winners. Those cards ready to go. At Chelsea, I'm Jenks. Best Bets coming your way next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. With Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Wednesday. Double D, turn it up for me, baby. Great to have you with us on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got our card locked and loaded here. A couple squad plays I see. That's always a good thing. So, I said this right before I went to break, but you were talking about how growing up, some kids, during the landline days, got their own line. And my parents got us our own line. We were one of those families. But it was pretty cheap. It was a small town. But the number they gave us was 559-6666. Cool number. Also, the former number of the suicide hotline. So there were times as a kid, I don't want to be too morbid here, we'd get a call. I mean, I'm in 9th grade, and you get a call from someone distraught being like, hey, I don't feel so well. And you're like, I'm sorry. Bye. Like, not good. I didn't know what it was for a long time. It didn't happen a ton. And obviously, this is not something to make light of, but it was just, and this is a small town. I'm like, what is this? And then I figured out, we did a little research. I'm like, oh, they gave us this number. No wonder it's so easy to remember, which you would want something easy to remember, but that was not great to navigate early on as a kid until they switched the number, obviously, and found another number which could be called. But there were a few times early on where my brother and I would answer the phone. We were just kids. We didn't really understand what was happening.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's not even the direction I thought that was going in, because anytime you say 666, like, I imagine, I was like, that doesn't have great connotations either.
Well, so
it's like, on one hand...
that is when I started worshiping the devil. So, I didn't mention that, but that was, yes.
Well.
Yes.
Yes. You should have been like, no, this is not the suicide hotline. This is Hades. You got the wrong number. So if you want to come here, let me know. If you want to sell your soul, like, I got a few options for you. If you want to win a college football national championship, we have plenty of options that are, in store for you if you want to give us your soul. But yes, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't be joking about it, but you're right. That's crazy. They gave you that number.
They sure did. And then after that, it was, what? Huh? All right, describe this drawing for me. Yeah. Oh, that's not a pentagram. No, you're way off on this one. Way off. Call back when you get it right. It was just such a strange thing for a kid to have that number. And then, once that all passed, it was great because then we had a number that was easy to remember, right? Oh, yeah, just call us, 559-6666. It was great. After that, I don't know what happened to that number. Maybe I'll call it today, figure it out. Who knows? You ever do that? There's a number you used to call, maybe like an old 1-800 number. I've done that before. And you remember it, and I'm like, I'm going to call and see what this is.
Yeah, remember there was like a Mike Jones song where it was like, I don't even remember what it was. Do you remember it?
Yeah. I remember that. I don't remember the song, but I remember there's that number that you could call.
Do you remember the actual number? Like, I feel like I used to know it. But the other famous one, obviously, is 8635309, but there's not an area code attached to it. So, like, imagine somebody gets that number, and, like, you get people calling you all the time. Like, is this 8635309? Like, yes, stop calling. Good God, I was asleep.
Oh, one thing you can always call, which is still going to this day. You've heard of Hall & Oates, right? You know of the band Hall & Oates, right? Which is one of my favorite duos of all time. They're amazing. And there is an old school analog recording. You can call it right now. I have it on my phone. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. And you call it, and it's definitely like a tape recorder or something. And it's so old, and you choose like one of 2 or 3 Hall & Oates songs that you want to hear, and it'll just start playing it. You press a button, and all of a sudden, and it's definitely like a tape or something like a cassette because you can hear the static in the background, and that still lives on to this day. I wonder the person who had the mindset to say, I'm going to set this up and then keep it going for decades. It's still around.
See, the thing is, like, people who are younger than us are not going to be making phone calls. So I feel like this is not a thing that is carrying on because people would rather, like, eat paint than, like, make a phone call or, like, leave a voicemail. So unless you, like, try to trick them into being like, hey, you dial these numbers to listen to a podcast. Like, that's how you have to frame it, where it's like, oh, here's a podcast. Have you seen, like, that SNL skit where they're like, how you get young men to go to the doctor is tell them it's a filming of a podcast. And it's like a podcast host. And just ask him questions about his health.
That's actually really smart. That would work. By the way, Denton, what is this number? Should we call this?
That's the Mike Jones number.
Oh, that's the Mike Jones number.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good call.
281-330-8004. I'm sure it was more.
That's exactly how it went.
Urban than that.
They had a couple cheerleaders being like, Mike Jones? All right, here's how you call him. 281-330-8004. Call Mike Jones right now.
Mike Jones.
Mike Jones coming up next on Bet Sweats. Sammy P and Kate Constable will continue their NFL previews this time, previewing the Green Bay Packers, and they'll also talk about which NFL teams will decline this season. Also, former Major League Baseball pitcher Jonathan Papelbon will be along at 11 o'clock, and Ryan Horvat from BetMGM tonight joins at 11:20. Let's give you some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, undefeated this week. What do you got?
Yeah, knock on wood. All right, so I feel like all the numbers are just too good to pass up when playing the Phillies today. So I've said this before. It feels like the Phillies, they have wronged me a few times when all the numbers have gone right. So PSA there. But listen, the Phillies today at a solid price of minus 140 against the flailing Mariners today, I feel like is a really solid play. So the Mariners have won one game over their last 7. And plus, Luzardo, who's going for the Phillies today, has been absolutely fantastic over his last 3. Quality starts in all 3 of those. Plus, the Phillies at home are an absolute wagon this year. One of the best offenses, ranking 3rd in WRC plus when playing at home. They're 39-21 at home. And also as favorites, they have been a very profitable team, going 60-39 when favored on the money line, as they are today. So we've seen the Phillies in a good matchup against the Mariners last night. Yohan Duran came in, and I think he struck out Big Dumper for the closing out. So I think I'm going to go with the Phillies today at minus 140. Great team, great price. Plus, the Mariners have been bad on the road this year as well. Just 31-34. So let's go Phillies for minus 140.
All right, I'm going to get a little pricey here because I got it this morning at minus 146. Now it's sitting at minus 155, and that is the Blue Jays taking on the Pirates. We're running it back from yesterday. Chris Bassett taking on Johan Oviedo. And really, we're fading Oviedo here, right? Has one start in the majors, got demoted to the minors, looked pretty good. But now he's back up taking on a Blue Jays team, which is top 10 in OPS and slugging against righties. Pirates' lowest scoring team in the majors. So this is a good get-right spot for Chris Bassett, who has struggled recently. Blue Jays money line, minus 155.
Yeah, it's a squad play. Anytime you can get a palatable price on one of the best teams in the American League, one of the best teams in all of baseball against, like you said, the worst offense in all of baseball, I think you got to do it, no matter the pitcher. Chris Bassett is a veteran. I know his numbers have not been that great this year, but he also gets to face a pedestrian lineup in the Pirates. So going to be on the Blue Jays as well.
All right, couple more bets here, then we will get to Kate. I am going Rangers-Royals under 8.5. It's minus 125. We were going to get Jacob deGrom. Instead, bullpen game for the Rangers, but this bullpen's still the 5th best ERA in all of baseball. And you got Noah Cameron going for the Royals. He's been really good. 5 earned runs over his last 22 1/3 innings. That's a span of 4 games. And both of these teams top 10 to the under in Major League Baseball. So under again we go in Kansas City, under 8.5. Royals and Rangers. And finally, I'm going to do it. Dodgers on the run line. Minus 2.5 on the run line against the Rockies. We fade the Rockies on this show. Shohei taking on Tanner Gordon. You got Shohei, gambling expert, real estate mogul, going up against Tanner Gordon. Tanner Gordon, surprisingly better at home, but still an ERA over 5. Opponents are batting more than 300 against him. Against right-handed pitching, the Dodgers 4th in OPS, 3rd in slugging. This is a lineup that averages more than 5 runs a game. We saw a blowout yesterday. It was 11-4. I think we see more of that today. So Dodgers minus 2.5. It's minus 134 at BetMGM. Woo! Got that out of the way. Dogster, get on in here.
Isn't it crazy? By the way, good morning. Isn't it crazy how all of these places have confusing mascots, but we don't have that problem here at BetMGM?
Yeah, you're right. The BetMGM Lion is iconic.
Dad, nobody represents our company like me. And let me tell you something about Leo. That guy gets around.
Oh. And you don't?
Let's just say I'm not the one taking penicillin.
Oh, Dogster, gross. All right, give us a bet here.
Squad play. Dodgers, run line, taking on the Colorado Rockies.
Okay. Well, apparently we scared Kate off. She was here, and then she heard the Dogster, and she was like, you know what? I'm just not doing this. Not today. Not on a Wednesday, and now she's gone. So
I see her Stanley.
What's that?
I saw her cup. I
Did you
saw
see
her
her cup?
cup for a split second.
Yeah.
Now
she came in. She's like, I can't wait to talk to Chelsea and Jinx. And then she hears, good morning. And she's like, oh, God. It's too early for that.
There we go.
Wait,
Here
I don't
she
know.
is.
Maybe we can squeeze her in at the last second. Maybe. I don't know. She's looking around. She's like, oh, she's there. Hey, good morning. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh.
Yeah.
We
Is this
can.
thing on?
Ah, there we go.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Just in time. How you doing?
I need to add to your phone conversation. Did you guys do star 6-7 back in the day?
Yes.
Ooh, to
Good
call
call.
somebody back? Yes.
Yeah. No, well, yeah, that, and then star 6-9 if you wanted caller ID, your name not to show up so you could prank people.
Ooh.
That was a good one, too.
Skills that have been lost along the wayside.
Seriously.
What a sad
Yeah.
day.
How many nights did you sit up with your girlfriends and prank call boys? The kids just don't know what that's like these days.
Yeah. Me and the girls used to do that all the time.
Yeah,
Boy,
Jenks.
can
I
we
figured.
call now? I don't know. Let me think about it. Okay, we're glad we got you on even for a few seconds. Have a great show. Looking forward to hearing Bet Sweats. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip. For Chelsea and the entire crew, I'm Jinx. Have a fantastic Wednesday. See ya.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
fly ball, deep center field. Pereira back, on the track, at the wall. See ya! A long home run, high off the batter's eye. 40 for Judge, and a 1-0 Yankee lead. High drive, right field, Mangum back, turning, looking, see ya! The Yankees go back-to-back. A home run for Bellinger, it's 2-0 Bombers. High drive, right center field, Mangum back, track, wall, see ya! The Yankees go back, to back, and they lead 3-0.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, the Yankees hit a whole lot of home runs yesterday, 9 in total. It was quite the performance from the Bronx Bombers, even though this one was not in the Bronx. We'll touch on that, plus much more to come here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sam Panagotovich here with you for the next 3 hours. We are going to talk to a couple awesome guests today. Jonathan Papelbon, Foul Territory, will join us at 11 a.m. Eastern. Ryan Horvat from this network, BetMGM Tonight, is going to join us at 11:20 a.m. Eastern. And whenever Ryan Horvat is on, it means that we are talking Green Bay Packers. They are our team as we continue our countdown to kickoff series. If you miss anything throughout the show, want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you want to watch us, you can also do that over on YouTube or Twitch. Just search BetMGM Network. Sammy, we've made it midweek. Couple days to go before a weekend. Yes, I am already counting down the days. How are we doing on this Wednesday morning?
I see you rubbing those hands together as we get to Wednesday. Very, very exciting. I thought you were rubbing the hands together, though, because we're going to rate our 3 favorite Sports Center anchors of all time.
That we are doing.
Cannot wait for that at 10 o'clock, but we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. Monday was the night of the underdog in Major League Baseball. Not last night. All the favorites, I felt like, won. The Yankees win big. Dodgers win big. The Phillies win. I know we'll talk about Sanchez in a second. The Mets get a big win. The Cubs take 2. I saw 2 W flags flying atop the scoreboard in center field last night. So while the Dogs came punchy on Monday, it was the favorites that leveled it on Tuesday night.
Yeah, and the under in Cubs Brewers first game, I was on that one. That did not hit. That was way over. So Cubs finally bounced back from a pretty brutal stretch of hitting, and 6-4 win in the first one over the Brewers, 4-1 win in the second. But the big story out of Major League Baseball yesterday was just the performance that the Yankees put on. Like I mentioned, 9 home runs, 13-3 win over the Rays. Sam, they had 7 homers through the first 4 innings. First inning alone, back-to-back home run. You heard that highlight, Judge, Bellinger, Stanton. Like, it was just an absolute slugfest in Tampa Bay for this Yankees team that kind of needed something like that.
No doubt. That's, I think, what bookmakers are still afraid of. If they can get everything together and if they can get relatively healthy, that is still a team that is very, very dangerous in the playoffs. You know, it's very wild because all summer we get to June, July, August. It's, well, what's wrong with the Yankees? Are the Yankees going to be okay? Are the Yankees going to make the playoffs? They've still been around 4-5 to 1 the whole time to win the pennant because the potential is clearly there. They just went to the World Series last year. And we know that if they get in, they're dangerous. While the rotation might not have its best guy in Garrett Cole, who's not going to pitch in the playoffs, the bats still have the ability to carry the day. And we look at BetMGM, and the Tigers are awesome. The Blue Jays have been very, very good. But those are 2 teams that I don't know that the market really trusts in the playoffs. So the Tigers 3-1, Blue Jays 375, Yankees 475, and the Mariners 5-1. Those are all odds to win the pennant at BetMGM. I would never count the Yankees out. I don't like them. I don't know that I'm going to bet them, but you can't knock them out until somebody actually knocks them out. I mean, we're talking about 3 teams that are not necessarily known for playoff success. Detroit, Toronto, Seattle. And then the Yankees are right there in the middle, just lying in the weeds.
Yeah, Yankees 5 games back from the top of the division, 5.5 from the top of the American League. Securely right now in the wild card spot. But yeah, when those bats get going, they can be pretty dangerous. Yankees have now won 6 of their last 7 games and will be back on the field again tonight, I believe. Other Major League Baseball, mentioned the Cubs, Sam. What do you make of the Cubs taking 2 over the Brewers last night? And not only that, but like kind of getting the bats going a little bit. The offense has been stagnant the last, month? But finally got some momentum, hopefully that they can carry in to today's matchup against the Brewers.
They threw a right hook for sure, because we were talking yesterday, and I'll take responsibility here. I'm basically like, oh, the division's over. Although it's not mathematically over, it feels over, because Milwaukee comes into Tuesday morning with a 9-game lead in the Central. Well, Cubs hit the 1-2 combo and finished with a hard right. Now they're only 7 back. Only 7 back.
Yeah,
with
that's still
a little
a lot.
over a month to go. Sure, of course. Now, there are going to be some more opportunities to climb back in, but this is still a playoff team, unfortunately. As much as I would love the Cubbies to just completely go off the deep end and miss the playoffs as a longtime White Sox guy, they are still the number 1 wildcard team, and they now have a 4.5-game lead on Cincinnati. They have done such a great job at building a cushion to get to this point. I mean, it's going to take a catastrophic collapse for them to get out of the wild card. So, look, they still have the bats. They still have the ability to get through a relatively weak NL wild card. I mean, it's the Padres and the Mets, and then the Reds and the Cardinals. I mean, the problem there with that playoff market is that you don't really have, aside from Cincinnati, St. Louis, San Francisco, Arizona, Miami, ain't happening. So the Cubs are going to have to get leapt over by San Diego, New York, and Cincinnati. And I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to test the division, though. I think it's obviously Milwaukee's to lose. But that was a great way to bounce back, because Monday was embarrassing. You got 2 hit by the first place team in your division. But you come back, you do your work last night, and in the middle of the day, actually, doubleheader, as I said. They're going to make the playoffs, unfortunately, but for Sox fans at least. But that was a nice Tuesday. I mean, what better than that? Beating the best team in baseball twice in one day.
Yeah, still 2 more games these next 2 days against the Brewers as well. So, 2 more wins. That division number shortens a little bit. I'm still with you. I don't think the Cubs are going to come back and win the division. 7 games back right now. But yeah, certainly wild card. You mentioned the Chicago White Sox, the other team, Sam. Woo! I mean, Chicago, the White Sox, that is, have gotten off to some massive leads over the last couple of games, and won 2 days ago against the Braves as heavy underdogs. And then last night, they are up big 8-4 going into the top of the 6th. No, 10-4 going into the bottom of the 6th. And then the Braves come back. Braves score 5 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and they win 11-10. So White Sox kind of do what the White Sox are, what we're used to the White Sox doing. Not necessarily put up a ton of runs, but blowing leads.
That's what they did all last summer. And going into August, it was like, all right, we have this lead. And then the live betting angle was, let's just take the other team at a plus price. Yeah. Now, the Sox are much better this year than they were last year. Last year, they're a 40-win baseball team, give or take. I need 5 wins to get over the win total, because we have 49.5. So they're sitting 45 and 81. I think I'm going to get there. I think I could find 5 more wins. But those are the games. If it were to go to hell in a handbasket, that would be one of those games where I'd go, oh, if they finish on 49 somehow, some way. I mean, look, it's not impossible. They are one of the worst teams in baseball. But that Braves-White Sox series is not so much who wants to win these games. It's who doesn't want to lose them, because the Sox had total control on Monday and almost threw it back. And then they did have control yesterday and gave it away. So wild series, a lot of offense in those 2 games so far. And we'll see what happens in game number 3 today. Don't think I'm going to bet that one. Certainly not going to lay a price either. They were minus 200 on Monday with Spencer Strider. And here they are today, minus 185, minus 190. Probably a stay away game for me. I thought for sure we were going to kind of get Jake going, because Christopher Sanchez only had 12 strikeouts last night.
Oh, is that it? Is that all, Sam?
It.
That's all he had?
Only 12. It was so wild. After he got pounded by the White Sox, ironically enough, that number went out to 20-1. 20-1. And then, obviously, Zach Wheeler goes down. Paul Skeens has been good, maybe not great. And you look at that market, Kate, Paul Skeens is still favorite, but it's minus 275. I know. Yep. Yeah. And then Sanchez plus 180, and then everybody else. So, Jake, you are so close. So close.
Are we? Here's the problem. Do you know who Paul Skeens starts against next, though?
No.
The Colorado Rockies.
Ooh.
How do we think that's going to go? Admittedly, he did have a bad start against earlier this year, though, where they tagged him for 4 runs, and I think it was 4 innings. And they've been playing better.
There you go.
Counterpoint, you're supposed to shove against Colorado. And if you don't, say he gives up 3 or 4 home runs. Look, the Rockies have actually been playing good baseball.
They've been playing really good. They have the longest winning streak of baseball right now.
The last month, I saw a stat last night, the last 30 days or so, the Rockies and Dodgers have about the same amount of wins. So I think if Skeens has a bad outing against Colorado, we may see some crazy stuff in that Cy Young market. We may see a shift in the favorite.
Well, and Sanchez's next start is tentatively to be at the Mets. Division rival, you're fighting with them for the division. Like, that could be a huge, huge spot for him as well. And, I mean, I'm watching this game, and it's just, like, to use a Sam Payne insurance, pow, 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 strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. I'm like, all right, like, we're cooking here. I mean, that's exactly what you needed. Like, if you're in the same boat as me with Sanchez tickets from March, or even as Sam said, after that White Sox start where we got out to 20-1, that's exactly what you needed. Skeens was fine against the Blue Jays. He wasn't super dominant, but and Sanchez comes out 12 strikeouts, matches his season high, matches his career high. It's exactly what you needed. And now we are the biggest Colorado Rockies fans in the world this weekend.
What was Skeens' price to have 12 plus strikeouts? Did it even have an alt line that high? Or Sanchez's, I mean?
I didn't even look. Like, you guys know I love a good ladder for strikeouts, but I was so invested anyway. Like, I was so emotionally invested, as it were. So I didn't even look. I'm sure you could have gotten a really nice number.
Oh, you love a good ladder.
I've always said that.
Yeah, Jake, that's your thing. I don't know if I knew that about you.
Oh, well, somebody didn't. I mean, somebody didn't watch a show that got Old Yellard a few months ago, but I guess not enough people did in general, because that's why I got Old Yellard.
That might have been one of the reasons why. Skubal had 10 strikeouts yesterday. He reaches the 200K mark. Cy Young update for the AL side. Heavy favorite there, minus 400. Garrett Crochet plus 350. Sam, what do we... You don't have anything in this. I don't think Jake has anything in this, right?
I have nothing in the AL market. I would love to see chaos, though. I would love to watch the world burn. The issue with Crochet is that this Red Sox team is starting to show cracks. And that's not to say that he's going to when he pitches, but they are starting to panic out here. And I saw several people on Red Sox Twitter last night just saying, oh, you can't lose that game. It's a heartbreaker. Okay, I guess. You can't lose 7 out of 10. That's what happens. When it starts rolling over and snowballing, that's when the losses get pedestaled. It's one thing to lose to a bad team like Baltimore. And Baltimore stinks this year. But that is the 3rd straight loss for the Red Sox. And they've now, as I said, they've lost 7 of their last 10. They only have a 2.5 game lead on Kansas City. So this AL wild card is a lot tighter because you got the Yankees a game up. Then the Red Sox and Mariners are tied. Same record, 68 and 59. Then the Royals are 2.5 back. The Guardians are 3 back. I don't know if the Rangers are going to do it at 6 back, but the pressure is certainly being felt. And the Red Sox, let's all remember, that is a young baseball team with a very questionable rotation after Garrett Crochet. So we'll ask Pap about that, Jonathan Papelbon at 11 o'clock. I'm sure he's not nervous, but the people out here in Boston, Red Sox Nation, they are starting to think bad thoughts. And that's what happens when the losing streaks hit.
Yeah, bad thoughts. Never a good thing. Some bad thoughts over in Indianapolis for Anthony Richardson. His agent says that they have some trust issues with the Colts now, with Anthony Richardson being the second string quarterback behind Daniel Jones. Shane Steichen came out yesterday and said there's just been more consistency with Daniel Jones throughout training camp, which is why they chose to go with DJ as their starting quarterback. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk about the Packers starting quarterback, Jordan Love, as we continue our countdown to kickoff right here on Bet Sweats with Kate Constable and Sammy P.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Watson in motion on 3rd and 10. Love steps up on the run. Wide open, Jaden Reed. Make a man miss. Reed, goodbye. Touchdown, Packers, 70 yards.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Green Bay Packers hoping to have another solid season. They always have an okay season. Well, I shouldn't say okay. They made the playoffs last year. I've had a winning season in 4 of the last 5. Still, Sam, it feels kind of like the Packers. I don't know. I can never fully get on board with them, but they are our countdown to kickoff team that we need to talk about today. So we'll dive in a little bit more in depth with Green Bay. Ryan Horvat, famously a very large Green Bay Packer fan. Ryan Horvat himself isn't large, but his fandom is. He's going to join us at 11:20 a.m. Eastern to talk about that. Just another note, Jonathan Papelbon will join us at 11 a.m. Eastern to talk Major League Baseball, not the Packers. But right now is where we turn our attention to Green Bay. The Packers to win the Super Bowl, 22-1. NFC 11-1, NFC North plus 275, second shortest odds behind the Detroit Lions. Sam, how are we feeling about the Packers today?
Sort of echoing what you said. I just don't really know. This is one of those teams I can't really get a pulse on. I wouldn't be surprised either way. I'm not excited to bet the win total either way, which is 9.5. MGM has the over slightly juiced at -120. I don't love the over there because they have to get to 10 in a division I think is definitely Detroit's to lose, and I think Minnesota has made up a lot of ground. But I'm not necessarily looking to short either. Look, LaFleur has been very, very good in the regular season as a head coach. And sure, he had Rodgers for a huge chunk of that, but he takes over in 2019. They go 13-3, 13-3, 13-4. Then the year where Rodgers gets hurt, they go 8-9, 9-8 with Love. And then last year, second year of Love as a full-time starter, 11-6. So it took them about 2 years to figure out what Jordan Love was and how to use him. But this has been a coach who's constantly found ways to win regular season games. And his record in December is sensational. Winning percentage of about 70% in December since he's been a head coach. So the Packers have technically gotten stronger over the course of a season since LaFleur's been there because he really figures out his offense. And, of course, he's from that Kyle Shanahan tree. He's an offensive wizard. They tend to score a bunch of points. I'm looking at the offenses since he's been there. 15, 1, 10, 14, 12, 8. Pretty good offenses for the most part. On average, you're in the top 10. So that's what you're working with. Now, defensively was where I was really surprised last year. They were 6th in the league in points allowed and 5th in the league in yards allowed. That's been the real growth for Green Bay. We talk about Love and the offense and the running game and Josh Jacobs and the O-line. Their defense was very, very good last season. If they can pair those two sides together, this is another over and another playoff team in Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, your point about them being great late in the season, like 2 years ago, they went 6-2 in their final 8 games. Last year, Jordan Love, I mean, I don't believe he played the final game of the season, but a good stretch, down the stretch run of the season. I think their offense is going to be fine again. Defense, there's some holes, especially in the secondary. Cornerback needs some work. But ultimately, like, sometimes a little slow to get going. They peak late in the year and they end up making the playoffs. And then there's not much to it after that. So I'm with you, not terribly high to bet this team. I would imagine they can go over 9.5 wins. But this is also a division where I've said multiple times, Sam, this division is just kind of going to beat up on each other. So will a lot of these teams get to that double-digit win mark? I think the way they start off their schedule, getting Detroit week 1 at home. This is Detroit's first game. Obviously, it's week 1 with their new coordinators, still maybe trying to figure some things out. I think that's a great spot for the Packers to face Detroit. Commanders will be a tough game in week 2. Cleveland, like you could start the season 3-1 going into your bye in week 5. So there are a lot of there's certainly a path for the Packers to have success this season. I just don't know if you can trust Jordan Love to stay healthy for a full year. And I know that's a lot of these injuries are not his fault, but like he hasn't made it through a full season. When he's been on the field, he's been pretty good. But the last 2 years, it's like got injured first game last year, kind of was playing catch up for a lot of the season. And then the year before, injured early on and then came on late in the year and led the Packers to the playoffs. So I don't know if this just isn't a team that I totally trust.
I understand it. Here's how good they were last year, though. They went 1-5 in the division. Only one win against the Bears. And that was a game they should have lost, too. That was with the field goal antics, and the Bears fudged the field goal. They go 1-5 in the NFC North and still win 11 games. That's how good they were last year outside the division. And look, they have built a monster in the front seven, especially on the defensive line. So from left to right, Rashawn Gary, first-round pick. Kenny Clark, first-round pick. Devontae Wyatt, first-round pick. Lucas Van Ness, first-round pick. And then the linebacking core, they really love Quay Walker, who they also took in the first round, and Edgerrin Cooper, who they took second round last year. They have scattered and stacked first-round picks all over the line. And that was what really dictated their success last year, because it was very difficult to run the ball on Green Bay. And if you can't run it, that's ideal in the NFL. If you can shut down the run and turn teams into 3rd and 8, 3rd and 7, that's how you win football games. And that's what they did last year. Health is going to be important for them. They have to keep those guys on the line very, very healthy. If they do, again, this is a team that could do anything, could win the division. And the market clearly respects Green Bay. I mean, they're second favorite. You know how much I like Minnesota this year. And you know about the hype on Chicago. I saw yesterday in Illinois, somebody went into one of the casinos in Illinois and bet $300,000 on the Bears over. $300,000.
Yikes.
Yep,
That's scary.
Packers are still on line too. Same as it ever was, right? They're consistent. And I think the hardest part is that a lot of us don't know how they're consistent or why they're consistent. So we put a big question mark next to them. I'm not going to short them. I'm just going to bet Minnesota to make the playoffs and hope that the Purple People Eaters can get through again on defense. But this is a team that, when healthy, is good enough to win 10 again, go over the win total, make the playoffs. Now, I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to do anything crazy like win the North, win the NFC 11-1 BetMGM, 22-1 to win the Super Bowl. I have my hesitations about them being good enough to string together wins in the playoffs. But they look against the Eagles in the playoffs. They were fighting them tooth and nail for a huge majority of that game. So look, it's a punchy team. They're going to be good as underdogs. I'll be looking to back them a lot when they're catching points. But I think there's a restrictor on how far they can go, because I don't think Jordan Love can outduel other quarterbacks in the NFC. Period.
Who do you have winning this division?
Well, I'd love selfishly Minnesota, but if you made me pick, like I didn't make a bet on it. If you made me pick, I'd take Detroit.
Okay. Can I interest you in like Jordan Love's passing yards over, or like any sort of props this season? Passing yards, 3,600 and a half, 4th most yards per attempt last year, just over 8. I mean, I think it's pretty doable for Jordan Love to get to 4,000 passing yards. I know he doesn't have a great wide receiving core. We kind of talk about the Packers receiving core as like by committee, similar to the Bills. Now, is Jordan Love Josh Allen? No, I think there's quite a bit of gap between the two of those. But getting to 4,000 yards, they love Matthew Golden. That's what I've been hearing coming out of that. Like, I don't think that is necessarily a terrible look. He had 3,300 and some change last year, 15 games played, but again, was injured nursing kind of an injury. He played in those. He wasn't 100% for most of the season last year. The year prior had 4,000 yards. I don't hate a look on his passing yards over minus 110. Decent price.
I like the Golden number at 700. I think that's very attainable. You know, these young rookies come in, especially ones that have played in big conferences at major programs, and they tend to have success. And they also, you know, they have the ability to use Golden in a variety of ways. You know, he's got so much speed. And that's a guy, if you get him the ball in these isolation looks and these one-on-ones, he has the ability to make you miss, and he can turn a 6-yard gain into a 20-yard gain. You start stacking those up, it's easy to get over a low number. A lot of these rookies, these guys that go in the first round, they have numbers in the high 800s or the low 900s. He's at 700.5.
Yeah.
That's a low number. I think they're going to use him a ton. And I heard Horvey talking about Golden, and, I've heard on this network people have brought him up for Offensive Rookie of the Year and all that, and that's fine. I'm not going to go there because I already have a rookie or two that I like. But if everything goes well, and he's a 1,000-yard guy, he's going to get some love for Offensive Rookie of the Year at 30-1. I'm staying away from the love stuff, but I do think that Matthew Golden's number at 700.5 is a good over bet, at least right now.
Okay, do you think Matthew Golden being the player that we think he's going to be, having success this year, does that help out a case at all for Josh Jacobs to win Offensive Player of the Year? Because that's a bet that I like. 40-1. Josh Jacobs, he was 6th in rushing yards last year, over 1,300, 4th most rushing touchdowns, 15 in his first season with the Packers. Sam, he had 1 touchdown through 7 games last year, like kind of getting going, started with this team, and then all of a sudden just exploded in the back half of the year. Now you bring in Matthew Golden, passing game opens up the run game a little bit more. The offensive line graded out 10th best offensive line this year. So I think there's a path for Josh Jacobs to win Offensive Player of the Year. And at 40-1, I think that's a decent price.
Sure. Then rip it. Let it go, because their line has always been, this unit that can block for the backs. And, when the Raiders got rid of Josh Jacobs, I was a little concerned as to why they were going to get rid of this guy who's, a surefire 1,000-yard back and, 3-down back. Well, the Packers were very happy to poach Jacobs. And you look at his props, they're saying 1,000 yards. MGM's got 1050.5, touchdown number 9.5. Now you're going to need a little more than that. Obviously, you're going to need like 1,500 yards and maybe 13, 14 touchdowns to be in that conversation. But if you like Josh Jacobs, by all means, let it rip. I'm on McCaffrey. I'm always going to look for these guys in that 20-1 range and go higher. But that's certainly a price that is very, very nice. I see your friends at Blue Book have 60-1 on Jacobs.
Do they?
Oh yeah.
All right, we're going over to Blue Book then. Uh-oh. Well, maybe we'll stay at Gold Book, BetMGM.
Gold Book is better. Has always been better.
Gold Book is much better. Yeah.
I think Gold Book would understand though if you were going to get a 60 instead of a 40.
I think Gold Book would, and maybe we go for like other, the rushing yards prop or something over at Gold Book. Maybe they have a better number there. Gold Book, of course, being the show sponsor, BetMGM. But it is, Sam. I mean, you and Joe talk about it all the time. You got to be price shopping. So if anyone else has a bigger number, like that's part of gambling and kind of some things you want to do. Win total, we talked about that. Toyotathon. When is Toyotathon, Sam? That's when Jordan Love really turns things up.
I have no idea when Toyotathon is.
You're not keyed in on that whole storyline?
No.
Oof. This is how the hardcore bettors really decide whether or not they're going over on Jordan Love props at this point of the season. Toyotathon is when Jordan Love historically has had his best stretch of games the last 2 seasons as a starter. Is that anything you should actually be paying attention to? Absolutely not. But it's kind of a fun storyline within the Packers. Maybe we have to ask Ryan Horvat about that.
So he thrives during Toyotathon, a lot like how Kyler Murray goes south after Call of Duty comes out. These are similar things, yes?
Paul literally just put that in the chat, like Kyler Murray, Call of Duty. Yes, but opposite. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Look at that, Paul. Symbiotic this morning.
Wow.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
So
we need to, so I need to write this down. So bet on the Packers during Toyotathon.
Toyotathon. And I want to say Toyotathon.
Is it the same time every year? Yeah, that's me. Is it the same time every year? I need to know now.
I think it is. I think it's kind of around Christmas. Mid-November through early January. So back half of the season, which is when we've talked about it, the Packers have been historically very good. Jordan Love, Toyotathon. And he's a that's a spokesperson for Toyota, or one of his sponsorships are Toyota, I believe.
I'm assuming,
It's not,
yeah.
He should be. Yeah. So.
All right, so we're blocking off. I'm going to make a calendar block the whole month of December that says "Do not disturb Toyotathon."
No, that's when you got to buy Jordan Love and the Packers. Or right before that, I suppose, is when you want to buy Jordan Love and the Packers. Maybe go buy a Toyota, too. Who knows? Could get a good deal. Coming up on the other side, today's MLB card. We will take a look at which plays we like on the diamond today and maybe touch a little bit more on some of the awards markets. That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
center field. Pereira back on the track at the wall. See ya! A long home run high off the batter's eye. 40 for Judge and a 1-0 Yankee lead. High drive, right field. Mangum back, turning, looking. See ya! The Yankees go back-to-back. A home run for Bellinger. It's 2-0 Bombers. High drive, right center field. Mangum back, track, wall. See ya! The Yankees go back to back to back, and they lead 3-0.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, the Yankees weren't too shabby yesterday. 9 home runs against the Rays, 7 through the first 4 innings. You just heard that back-to-back call in the first inning with Judge leading the charge. Can they repeat that today? We will talk about that in just a moment. Our MLB card coming your way. But Sam, it is National Radio Day today. 105 years ago, radio started in the United States. Today, you can hear us in your car, your phone, your smart device, on apps everywhere. And the BetMGM network is on 90-plus stations across the country, which is pretty cool. National Radio Day.
I think we should at some point today, whether it's right now or at some point before we get out of here at noon Eastern, we should tell our favorite stories about working in radio. I have so many of which I cannot ever tell on a show like this. But my first radio job, I was 18 years old. It was at WEFT 90.1 FM in beautiful Champaign, Illinois. Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
18 years old. Overnight college radio at a music station. I was hooked from that point forward. First paying job ever in radio. 18 years old in college.
Wow. That's overnight shift in college. That's kind of, I mean, I suppose that's how everyone had to get into things, but at 18 years old, you're probably, overnight shifts are a little bit easier than the age we're at right now. Sam, I don't have a long history in radio like you do. This is my first radio job. BetMGM Network started 3 years ago, going on year 3 here at the network. So I'm fairly new, but I love radio. I kind of fell into it. Didn't think I would ever go the radio route, but here we are. National Radio Day, 90 stations across the country. And I'm just a couple years in, but it's been enjoyable so far.
I only wish you got to experience walking into that station, which, by the way, the main entrance was in an alley, not off a street. It was in an alley. And the radio station was blocks away from the local Greyhound bus station.
Nice.
So you can only imagine some of the foot traffic after midnight outside the Greyhound station as I'm walking to work in an alley to get to my
at that hour
station.
Of the day.
Mm-hmm. We used to just go with our friends and mostly just kind of screw around. We would play old records. I mean, they weren't listening. The show was 2 a.m. until 5. Do you think the boss was listening? No, not a chance. No. So we were only supposed to play, 3 songs an hour from a certain artist. We'd rip the whole CD. There were
the whole album on.
No rule. Yeah, we used to pull people off the street, question and answer. We would prank call the local Papa John's. So Jake would know this. The Papa John's in Champaign would close like 2:30, 2:45-ish because all the people from the bars would go to the Papa John's. So we would prank the Papa John's. There's like 40 drunk kids in there, and we'd blow that phone off the hook, and people would answer, and they'd be freaking out because everybody's trying to get a pizza. And we'd call and try and order, 15 pizzas, and they'd hang up, and we'd call back, and we'd say, look, we're longtime Papa John's Rewards members. We need 15 pizzas, all that. All the things you do when you're stupid and dumb and 18 and working an overnight radio show.
Yeah, but that had to be like some of your best years. You and your buddies, late night radio, no bosses around, no one listening. Had to have been pretty fun. How many stations have you worked for in your career?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. I would guess, I have not counted them. I will do a tally during the break. I'm going to guess It's about 7. That's my guess. 7.
Wow. That's pretty good. That's a lot. All right, going back to Major League Baseball. A lot of home runs yesterday for the Yankees. And BetMGM right now, the Gold Book has a MLB parlay boost token. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Now, Sam, I know you don't do a whole lot of parlays, you and Joe here on the show. Maybe a couple two-team money line parlays in Major League Baseball if there's two sides that you really like but are heavy favorites. Anything on your card today? We have Ohtani on the bump against the Rockies today. Brewers-Cubs series continue. Again, Cubs took two games yesterday of that doubleheader. They've won 2 of the last 3 against the Brewers going into today.
First game I circled this morning was Kansas City with Cameron. Now, we still don't know who's going to start for Texas, but the Rangers are favored on the road. That's coming down a little bit. I think I should just bet right now, take the Royals at even money. BetMGM's giving you plus 100 with Cameron, the lefty who I like. That's a game that I will find myself on in some way, shape, or form. I really want to bet Cameron tonight. So I like Kansas City. And then this game, this is such a wild line movement. Not wild, but a weird open and a weird move, put it that way. So at 110, you've got Houston at Detroit. And Framber Valdez is starting for the Astros. Opens minus 135. And you think, wow, that's a cheap price for a guy who's been, very good in his career. And Charlie Morton starting for Detroit. All right. I like Houston. I lean to Houston. But wait a minute. This line has gone from minus 135 to minus 125 to minus 119 at Pinnacle. They are backing Charlie Morton and the Tigers. Now, there could always be that move the other way. This could be a dummy or a setup or whatever. But I did not think the overnight line of minus 135 was going to move against Houston and move towards Charlie Morton. That was a little surprising to me. So that's a game that just kind of has me staying away. I leaned Houston. It's enough to keep me off it. The other game I like is San Diego, but that's getting a little expensive. That's coming up to about minus 150 now with the former Sacramento A, Sears, the lefty, going against San Francisco. So I like San Diego and Kansas City. Those are the first 2 that I wanted to start with.
Maybe a little BetMGM boost money line parlay, Sam. If it's not like if the what did you just say? The one that's the Astros. If that's not like a dummy or a setup, like, is that any like lineup changes that would have moved that? Or is that just?
Yeah, I haven't seen. I'm checking daily lineups now. I don't know that we're going to get the full lineup until about 10:30 Eastern, maybe 10:45. But it looks like Houston's going full boat. I mean, Pena, Correa, Altuve, Sanchez, Walker, Diaz. It looks like it's pretty straightforward. And Detroit throwing a righty, so you're not gonna miss any of the big bats. I don't understand it because Valdez has been good. I mean, he's 11-6 this year with a 3.01 ERA. Morton's been bad majority of the year. ERA in the mid 5s. It's just super fishy. It was a fishy open, and it continues to move away from the pitcher that you would think most people would like to bet. So it's not like that's going to get me to bet Detroit. It just kind of gets me to cross the game off.
Cubs and Brewers today. Mizorowski going for the Brewers. He faced the Cubs in 2 starts ago. His last start, not great at all. Only lasted 1 1/3 inning. 5 runs, 4 hits, 5 earned, only 3 strikeouts, but he did have 7 Ks against the Cubs in that game 2 starts ago. How would you play Cubs Brewers today?
Probably the under 7. That'd be my move. I see Chris has already gone to 6.5. Yeah, that's a pretty strong move to open 7 and then come under.
Go to 6.5.
Yeah, I mean, you could still go under 7 at BetMGM minus 120. That would be my only look in that game. I think we're in for like a 2-1 final tonight.
Really? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Phillies, that's another matchup that intrigues me. Phillies Mariners minus 145. For the Phillies on the money line. Luzardo going. Kyle Schwarber, Jake mentioned him a couple of days ago. Hadn't hit a home run in a while. He didn't hit the home run on, Monday. Hit one yesterday. He's been really good against Luis Castillo. So I'm going to look for Schwarber props, whether that be take him to hit a homer or total bases, something like that. I will have that cooked up for Lightning bets, but I'm going to back Schwarber in some fashion today, Sam.
Are you going to boost that in a parlay if we took like one of my sides and then you threw in the Schwarber homer and boosted that? Think about the payout on that one.
Woo, that could be really fun. Get a little BetMGM boost token going. Yeah, I don't hate that. Jake, do you have any plays on today's MLB card?
I'm going to be on the A's again. JT Ginn has actually been pretty good on the road, and I don't trust Bailey Ober at all. And my biggest point with the Twins is that it's basically us in that lineup after they traded everybody. So Oakland worked out for us yesterday. I'm going to run that one back for sure.
Are you the one betting this Charlie Morton side, Jake? Is that you, sharp guy, betting the Tigers?
It is definitely not me. I am way good on Charlie Morton.
I don't remember the last time Charlie Morton was getting this much support against a good team. I mean, we'd have to go back years. So that'll be a game like I'm writing it down right now. I'm writing down Detroit. Not to bet it, full disclosure, not to bet it, but that's a side where the Sharps are clearly against Houston. I don't know why, but it's happening. I'm very curious to pay attention to that game as I'm on a 4-hour train ride to New York today. Can't wait to follow to see if Charlie Morton throws a no-hitter or something weird like that.
What's that? Charlie Morton throwing a no-hitter. Probably get a pretty good price on that one,
Off
Sam.
the board.
Yeah,
not happening.
Shohei Ohtani going today for the Dodgers. Pitching-wise, he pitched 4 innings. In his last start, his strikeout prop 5.5 shaded to the under. I'm not touching anything on Ohtani, but interesting to see kind of how he progresses on the mound as he continues on. We're going to continue on the other side. This is going to be a fun one. We're power ranking our 3 best Sports Center anchors of all time. Sam and I will tell you who we like coming up on the other side. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Happy Wednesday. You're listening to Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Kay Constable. He's Sam Panayotovich. Just a couple moments. We're going to do power rankings. This might be one of my favorite power rankings that we've done here on the show. 3 best Sports Center anchors. We saw Rich Eisen host Sports Center. What was that, 2 days ago? Which kind of prompted this idea of ranking our favorite Sports Center anchors. So we will do that here in just moments. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to talk about 5 teams that could decline in the NFL this season. And then 11 o'clock, we will continue on with some more Major League Baseball talk and talk to Jonathan Papelbon of Foul Territory. That's all coming up here shortly on Bet Sweats. But Sam, it is time to power rank our favorite 3 Sports Center anchors of all time. This could be nowadays if there's someone you love. This could be going back quite a while. You want to start us off with your power rankings?
I would love to, Kate. It was very difficult to get this to 3. I think most people that know me, they know who I'm going to put number 1. But it was difficult to get to 3. You know who almost made this, Paul? If I had 3A and 3B, Kenny Mayne would be 3B. He would undoubtedly be right there. I mean, the wit, the ability to write those quick ones. Kenny had some bangers for one-liners. And anytime he was out there, I would always, as a kid, I was able to realize these guys are not probably supposed to laugh. But whoever was working with Kenny Mayne would always be on edge and always do their best to try and keep those laughs in. So I actually... We'll put Kenny Mayne on 3B. 3A for me, though, is Stuart Scott because of all of the one-liners. I mean, good grief. As cool as the other side of the pillow. Must be butter because he's on a roll. And the Lord said you've got to rise up. Like gravy on a biscuit, it's all good. Stuart Scott was the man. And I think everybody loves Stuart Scott. That was what I always felt. No matter who you were with, hugs and hand pounds, right? Like I can still remember hearing these phrases as an 8-year-old kid growing up in Chicago, watching Sports Center every single day. So I went Kenny and Stu. Gertz, that's my bad. I kind of went rogue on you there, but I'm gonna go a 2-way tie between Kenny Mayne and Stuart Scott. I mean, hugs and hand pounds. I still say it to this day. And of course, Stuart. We lost Stuart many, many years ago, and the show has never really been the same since. Number 2, I wanted to give Scott Van Pelt some love. Scott was one of the younger guys when the older guys were kind of running the asylum. But Scott has taken the baton and sprinted with it. Obviously, the current Sports Center anchor did it out of Bristol for a long time, and now he's doing it out of D.C. Just a likable guy. I watch Scott Van Pelt not because I love ESPN and love Sports Center, but because I love Scott Van Pelt. And I think he's so relatable. He's just one of us. He kind of looks like me with the glasses, so that helps as well. But the rapport that he has with his crew and the rapport he has with his producer, Stanford Steve, I love watching their show. They make me laugh, but he's doing it by himself. And if you go back to the 90s, it was a tag team. Like Keith Olbermann used to say, I'm Keith Olbermann. There's my tag team partner, Dan Patrick. SVP does it solo for the most part. And the ability that ESPN has now with the relationships with the leagues, he has marquee players on. He has all these all-stars and future Hall of Famers on, and they all respect him for the most part. He's earned that respect. He took what everybody built, and he took it to the next level. So I put SVP on line number 2. And number 1 is my favorite. You can stop him. You can't stop him, sorry. You can only hope to contain him. That's Dan Patrick, my guy, my favorite. The whiff and fuego. Nothing but the bottom of the cup. Soft as church music. It's the big show. Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann were my favorite pairing. And the way that Dan has been able to navigate the space. Let's also remember Dan was the first one to leave ESPN in famous fashion. And they told him, oh, you'll never thrive outside ESPN. and he goes and starts the Dan Patrick Show, working out of his attic in his home with the 4 Danettes, and has become a superstar on top of being a superstar at ESPN. So Dan was always my favorite. But there are so many people you could put on this list. It's your list. It's my list. I'm going to go number 3, Stuart Scott, number 2, Scott Van Pelt, and number 1, Dan Patrick. Let me try that again. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. Kate, you're up.
That's a solid list, Sam. I really, I can't argue with anyone. And you're right. Like, I was thinking about this earlier this morning, and I had about 5-6 names that I could have put in the top 3. Stuart Scott being one of those. He should make everyone's top 3. He doesn't make mine, but only because I feel like that's just known that Stuart Scott was one of the best. When you think about SportsCenter, you often think Stuart Scott. They are kind of synonymous. I will go 3. You mentioned Kenny Mayne. I loved Kenny Mayne. The dry humor, the wittiness, phenomenal stuff. His last broadcast on ESPN or his last SportsCenter roasting Aaron Rodgers. Like, it doesn't get much better than Kenny Mayne. Even some of those SportsCenter commercials back in the day of him like practicing his one-liners, those were phenomenal. I'm going to echo Scott Van Pelt. Like, him coming up at ESPN was great to watch, but I love watching him now. Like SportsCenter After Dark with Scott Van Pelt, I tune into that all the time, and not just SportsCenter. Whatever Scott Van Pelt is on, I'm typically watching, and he seems like a very relatable guy and a very normal. So love Scott Van Pelt. And then Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann, I was very young when he was on with Dan Patrick, so I don't remember all of the phrases and things that you remember with Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann, but there's like some nostalgia talking about Olbermann, and that going back to like when I first started watching SportsCenter. So there's a little bit of like that old pastime there. I know Olbermann's not that popular with some people with him in the media right now, but going back to those days, that's when I first kind of really got into watching SportsCenter. I mean, I was like 5 or 6, Sam. Starting to watch Keith Olbermann, SportsCenter, all of that stuff. A couple other that are one other that I could have and maybe should have put on this list is Linda Cohn, because back in the day, she was one of the first females on SportsCenter. And obviously as a female, like watching another woman host SportsCenter was pretty cool. I read her book back in the day. I thought she was awesome. And so she could make my list as well. Stuart Scott, again, another one of those names, but I will go Kenny Mayne at 3, Scott Van Pelt at 2, and Olbermann at number 1 as my top 3 SportsCenter anchors of all time.
Your list is so solid. That was what made SportsCenter great. You had so many personalities that you could sort of plug and play. And we didn't even get to guys like Craig Kilborn, who was on SportsCenter, Rich Eisen, who, as you mentioned, we did the Wayback Machine the other night when he was on the show. John Anderson, Steve
John
Berfume.
Anderson was great.
I mean, just so many good entertainers. And I just saw one of our listeners, Harry, who listens all the time. He put Neil Everett, Kenny Mayne, and Charlie Steiner. Charlie Steiner, if nobody's ever seen the clip, maybe we can finagle this clip out for lightning bets. Paul and Jake, do you guys remember the clip of Charlie Steiner is announcing? It was a Carl Lewis is singing the national anthem, and Charlie Steiner loses he's trying to do the highlight. And Carl Lewis is like, and the Rockets, Red Claire. Charlie Steiner he can't stop laughing on live television. He was not able to hold it in, where a lot of these guys, if it was, host A and host B, they would try and crack each other up the whole time. Well, Steiner had a really funny show, and then the national anthem just sent him to the moon. And I would love if we could find that audio of Charlie Steiner on ESPN and play that later. You guys remember that, right? Paul, you're nodding in agreement. You remember that highlight, right?
I literally put in the chat as you got started, Charlie Steiner, Sir Francis Scott off key. Like, he's just dying. It's the best.
Yeah. I mean, like, how about Chris Berman? Back, gone. Bob Lee. Steve Levy. Yeah. I mean, it's just endless people. Linda Cohn's a great pull, though, because Linda was Like you and I
kind of-
obviously look at Linda a lot differently, right? Because Linda for you was sort of somebody that you aspired to be. Just so many great personalities. And the crazy part is that, like, none of them were paid well back in the day. Like ESPN got away with not paying any of them great money. So
that's what Linda mentioned in her book. Like, she wasn't making a whole lot, but she was kind of one of the trailblazers and got there. And of course, like, you reach your goal of working at Sports Center. I mean, yeah, you need to make some money, but almost getting there as a woman at that time was better than making big bucks. A duo, and I think they're kind of polarizing. Either you love them or you hate them right now. That is currently on Sports Center is Randy Scott and Gary Streisky. I think those two are hilarious. Like, are you of the people that, like, they're funny, you can listen to them, or do you think these guys are idiots and we don't need to be having this many jokes through a hour broadcast?
Both? Question mark? I think it works.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. They're so zany. So those two actually, I got the backstory there, and I've gotten to meet both of them. They used to work together at Nesson. So they started to build this relationship in the newsroom at Nesson, and then they both got to ESPN together and just had that natural energy and synergy. I think they're very funny. And Gary is so funny, but Gary will say some of the funniest stuff and then not even blink, right? Like, Gary has that stone face where he can deliver something so funny, and Randy is cackling, and Gary's like, "What's so funny? What's so funny?" Like, that, to me, when you don't break, makes it even funnier.
Their comedic timing is phenomenal. They can make a joke about anything, and it feels like it's totally off the cuff, which most of them probably are. Like, they're just very funny guys in general. I'm not sure. I mean, there are some that, watching their Sports Center segment, that they've kind of thought about these things or talked about them prior. But I bet half of what they say is also just totally off the cuff, which makes it pretty fun. And in a time where Sports Center's changed a lot from back in, like, our younger years, Sam, they're still very enjoyable for me to watch as, like, the duo that you can count on to give you some laughs along with some information.
I didn't put Neil Everett on my list, but one of my favorite calls. Yeah, that's a great call by Harry. When anybody would hit a home run, he would do, "Bartender, jack!" and the ball would go flying into the upper deck. Home run is a jack in many circles. Yep. So he would open every show with "How's It?" which I believe he picked up in Hawaii. HOWZIT, how's it? I believe that's a Hawaiian term. So he was always very true to his roots. And
it means hello or casual greeting. How's it going? What's up? Yep.
Is that what it means? Did you look it up?
I just, according to Google, yeah. How's it going? Yeah. What's up? Casual greeting, commonly used in South Africa and Hawaii, is a friendly, informal way to say hello or ask how someone's doing.
If you didn't learn anything today, now you have, because you know what "how's it" means. And he wouldn't say the rest of it. He'd just say, "How's it?" and then get into his open. But I love that I had DP and you had KO, because that was the team.
They
and
were
I put
the duo.
Dan number 1 and you put Keith number 1 as well.
Yep. Yeah, very similar list. It was hard to pick just 3, though. That show was so good back in the day.
And you'd watch it 3 times for no reason, just because it was on.
That was that's what I remember most about it, is like it would just be on loop until you decided to get off the couch and go outside and do something. Now kids these days, and I sound so old. Kids these days, they don't know how good they had it, but like now kids are sitting on their phones the whole time. I mean, ESPN, granted, like these are the times and you have to evolve with it. They just brought on that Katie Feeney girl who's doing social media and stuff for them. So like that's how kids right now are getting their quote unquote Sports Center information, is through social media and stuff, where like part of just sitting on the couch, waking up in your pajamas as a kid, going downstairs and watching Sports Center. That was just the best. Yes. And yes, Paul, I have just aged us all about 20 years. I want to know if Jake watched Sports Center back in the day, or if Jake could make a top 3 Sports Center favorites.
I mean, I could. Like, it would be basically the same as your guys. Like, I didn't really become sentient as a human until the Sports Center heyday were kind of over. not over, but like all of the greats that you guys are mentioning were kind of on the back end.
On the
and so,
outskirts.
and for me too, like when I was in high school and college, like to your point, like it was the digital like part of sports media that was starting to like become more prevalent. So I think for me, like becoming a sports fan was a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, like Scott Van Pelt is he's my 1-1 for sure.
It's fair. He's on both of our lists at number 2. Who are going to be the bottom 5 teams in the league here? Not 2, but 5. Or ones that could decline, I should say. We'll talk about that next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Our SportsCenter conversation continued during the break, and we realized that we didn't even touch on the SportsCenter commercials much, and those deserve just a little talk and a little love. So we're gonna bring that back about 20 minutes from now. 10:40. We'll just briefly touch on the SportsCenter commercials and how great those are. But for now, we turn our attention back to the NFL. Bill Barnwell of ESPN put out his prediction for NFL teams that are most likely to decline in the 2025 season. He has this for 5 teams likely to decline and 5 teams likely to improve in the 2025 season. But Sam, we got to touch on the ones that are going to decline. And his list is not all that crazy. Like, I think you could say this you could make a great case, as he does, for every single one of these teams, because a lot of them overachieved last year. Like, that's what I took away from this article altogether, is like, he has the Chiefs, the Colts, the Commanders, the Lions, and the Vikings. You look at what the Chiefs did last year, 15-2. 10-0 in one score games decided by 7 or fewer points. The Colts 9-8. I had to go back and think, like, what was the Colts season like last year? 9-8. That seemed crazy compared to, like, mentally how I thought what the Colts their season was like. Like, I thought they won like 4 or 5 games. They felt bad. But 9-8, that's not terrible. Lions 15-2, you would imagine that regresses just a little bit. And I mean, he's not counting like some serious regression on all these teams. But if the Lions go 14-3, that's a little bit worse than last year. That's kind of how Barnwell categorizes these teams that will likely decline. What did you take away from this article?
Did not like when I clicked the link and the first thing I see is a picture of JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
That made me irate. Because, of course, I mean, this is how most people think, though. I don't think Bill Barnwell is like this sharp, better, or handicapper. He does a great job covering the league, and he's a fantastic writer. But this is, I mean, my mother could have written this list. Like, oh, let's just take teams that overachieved, and we'll take the Super Bowl loser, and we'll take the team with Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson at quarterback. Like, it's a very easy list to put together. Like, it's nothing special. Maybe I'm a little PO'd, though, about how he has Minnesota there. So, look, they have a tough schedule. And they have a quarterback who has never taken an NFL snap in a regular season game. Understand all that. Their point differential is, I think, what he looks at a lot, because that's one of his big bullet points under every team. So Minnesota last year had a plus 100 point differential. Plus 100. That's a lot.
Wild. Yeah.
But I think Barnwell looks at that and goes, oh, well, they won't do that again. Well, no kidding, dude. That's not going to happen again. And then he looks at their record in one-score games, and they're 8-1. No, Bill, that's not going to happen again. So, look, I understand the list. Like Kansas City. Are they going to go 15-2 again? No. Are they going to go 10-0 in one-score games? No. So I think this was an easy list to build. And I don't like, obviously Minnesota's not going to go 14-3 and Kansas City's not going to go 15-2. But I don't think those teams are going to fall off a cliff. And, you know, he makes a couple of points about Minnesota, about their defense. Can they keep up their level of play? Question mark. Yeah, they can, because they're very good. And they arguably got better by adding Hargrave and Jonathan Allen. So he mentions that they led the league in turnovers, 33. Okay, yeah, no kidding, Bill. They're not going to lead the league in turnovers again. They're probably not going to have 33 turnovers. But to act like a lot of these teams, I mean, to act like Detroit and Washington and Kansas City and Minnesota can't all be good again, I think that's a little silly. But he did his job, because I'm sitting here reacting to it, and I find flaws with it. But that's what ESPN does. They try and rile you up, huh? That's what they do.
Well, yeah, when I first started looking at this list, I thought he was going to have teams that like went from first to last. We talk about last to first all the time, but like teams that really played well last year and we're going to have some serious setbacks this year. Not the Lions going 15-2 last year and maybe 12-4 this year. 12-4. I got to add another one to that. 14-3, something like that. Like, I don't know. He's also said he's 30-38 since he's been doing this article. I almost feel like you should have a higher win probability than that for this type of thing. Like the Commanders, they won leap from 4 wins to 12. That's likely going to come back a little bit. Yeah. Jane Daniels' second year, sure, maybe he has another great season, but going from 4 to 12, that's likely to drop a little bit. Same with the Vikings. And you look at the point differential. He mentioned the point differential for the Kansas City Chiefs and how low it was, 59, which is extremely modest for a 15-win team, which signals they outperformed expectations based on a lot of luck. So I don't know how much we can really take away from this article, Sam. It kind of feels just like common sense type of thing that's supposed to be, we're supposed to look at it and think this is like something really great. And it's just kind of the obvious.
I would love, and this won't happen, I would love Bill Barnwell's 5 favorite win totals. And I would love to see what he would do there, because it is dangerous to take Kansas City's under and to take Washington's under and Detroit's under. Now, I'm not saying that he said that, but it's one thing to say that these teams will take a step back. Well, no kidding. Detroit lost both coordinators. Like, they're going to take a step. Like, this, to me, was an obvious list to put together, and he took the easy way on 4 of the 5 teams. Now, I did like that he drilled the Colts. That actually took some gravitas, right? Because, that's a team that was 8-9 last year. And it's one thing to take a team that won 13 or 14 or 15 and say, they're going to get worse. They're going to decline. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Thank you. But when you take a team that went 8-9 and say they're going to be worse, now that's a bolder take. And, Joe and I think a couple of weeks ago, were saying Indy could win 4 or 5 games. Yeah. Their point differential last year, think about this. They went 8-9 last year, and their point differential was -50. So they were very, very fortunate to even get to 8 wins. But as we see Daniel Jones win the starting job, that is not anything that I think anybody around Indianapolis is excited about. Their hope is that the offensive line continues to play well. They can run the ball at will, and they can put DJ in situations to succeed. But writing that the Chiefs and the Lions and the Vikings and the Commanders are going to decline is the definition of a cop-out. I'm sorry, it is.
Yeah, this article would have, I guess, made a lot more sense or just had more oomph behind it if it were teams that won fewer than 10 games last year and were set to decline this year. That would be a little bit more controversial, or like you can't really argue with any of the ones on the list because they're obviously going to take a step back. I mean, the Chiefs, even 15-2, they sat everyone in week 18. They could have been 16-1. How many teams go back-to-back 16-1 seasons? Like, that just doesn't happen a whole lot. A couple other teams, Sam, that I think could have been on this list. The Los Angeles Rams with the quarterback situation right now. I think the Miami Dolphins, having won 8 games last year, I think they're a team that could regress a little bit. I think they win fewer than 8 games. Their win total 7.5. Aaron Schatz was on with us the other day. He said he actually kind of liked the Dolphins, which made me nervous because I think the Dolphins are going to stink this year. But those are the teams that I would have liked to see on this list, not the teams at the top of the league last year where you're like, okay, thank you, Captain Obvious. Of course they're not going to, Vikings aren't going to go 14-3 again this year with a basically rookie quarterback. That's just kind of, I don't know, a no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have many teams that you could pick because half the league stunk last year. So it is a small, group of teams. Like Pittsburgh would be a team that I probably would have gone with 10-7 last year. You used Miami. I think that's another good example at 8-9. I would have probably gone with the LA Rams, who went 10-7 last year. Yeah.
Even the Seahawks, Sam, 10-7 for Seattle last year. You now have Sam Darnold. I don't think they're winning 10 games.
10-7 on Tampa. I think it's much more difficult to take teams in that 8, 9, 10 range and say they're going to decline. When you take teams that win 14 and 15, I want to say no blank, but I'm not going to say it because, we are on the radio. Yeah. So on the flip side of this, Barnwell did do a list of top 5 teams likely to improve. Would you like to guess one of the 5 teams he put? I'm going to put you on the spot. Wink, wink. One of them played on Sunday Night Football.
One of them played on Sunday Night Football. Oh, the Bears. The Chicago Bears? The Bears.
Bears are
there
on
we
there.
Go.
Of course they're on there.
I'm going to go ahead and say, Sam, he also put the 49ers on there, who were extremely banged up all season long and have the easiest schedule this year. Is that on there too?
See, this is way more fun. I want Kate to guess all 5 of Bill Barnwell's teams. All right, so you got 2. He's got the Niners and the Bears.
I'm going to go with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Notice how I said Jaguars?
That's 3. That's 3. 3 for 3,
all right.
Kate. 2 more.
All right.
Kate Barnwell on the scene.
This is so stupid. The New York Giants.
Yes, that's 4. That's 4. This is
I'm literally just going to the teams that won the fewest games last year.
If you get this one, this is awesome because this shows how easy this task was for Bill Barnwell.
Okay. New England Patriots.
Oh.
No. Titans.
Nope. You should have quit while you were ahead, Kate. Nope.
Yeah, I know. Raiders?
Raiders is the final one.
Dang. Okay, 4 out of 5. That's not terrible.
4 out of 5 was very good. Very good. The Bears, I saw a crazy stat about the people that watched the Bears game on Sunday. So Fox Sports PR put this out. This past Sunday, and again, it wasn't Sunday Night Football, but it was a Sunday night game on Fox. 5.1 million people tuned in to the Bears beating the Bills 38-0. It was the network's most watched preseason game since 2021. There are going to be a lot more Bears fans because of one preseason game on Sunday night on Fox, and now you got people walking into casinos in Illinois betting $300,000 on the Bears to go over the win total. I have never seen, and Paul, you say this every year, I have never seen more excitement for a preseason game where a new offense playing its starters went against a bunch of bums and played well, and that's supposed to translate to the regular season now. The Bears fans do this every chance they get. They overreact to a preseason game or hard knocks or training camp, and it just does, none of it matters. None of it matters. All that matters are the games that count.
Sam, Kay Adams was at Hallis Hall yesterday talking to Ben Johnson on the Up and Adams show, and she said something along the lines of, now, I mean, after that preseason game, everyone's saying Bears to the Super Bowl. Do you like hearing that type of stuff? And of course, Ben Johnson gives you the PR answer of, we don't listen to any of the noise outside the building. But like the fact that this guy hasn't coached a regular season game as a head coach yet. Caleb Williams still very unproven. And yet a reporter is there being like, Coach, do you know that your team's going to the Super Bowl? Like, that just tells you, wait until the very last minute. Wait until right before that first regular season game against the Vikings and go bet the Bears win total under. Because if anything, it's not coming down. If anything, after another preseason game against the Chiefs, where Johnson also said that his starters are going to play, Patrick Mahomes is going to play. If Caleb Williams goes out and balls out against Patrick Mahomes, like, maybe that win total ticks up even more.
Damar Hamlin was playing in that game against Chicago.
Damar Hamlin got rocked.
He got blown up and rocked by Luther Burden, and then he missed the tackle on Zacchaeus on the first touchdown. I mean, you had multiple guys playing for that Bills defense that started that probably don't make the team. But none of that matters. The Bears are back. The Bears are good again. I would be very careful. I all I want to do is bet Caleb Williams to throw a pick in week 1. Like, that's where I'm at. But I'm a natural hater. I'm an equal opportunity hater. Things are never as good as they appear in the preseason. You have to understand that.
Sam, have I been rocking my Bears sweatshirt on the couch for the last 3-4 days? Hell yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yes, I have. We are going to all season. I'm not one of the delusional Bears fans, but at least we can start off the season kind of winning. National Radio Day plus NBA schedules out. We'll also touch on those Sports Center commercials. That's coming up next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable, Sammy P here with you on Bet Sweats. Coming up in about 20 minutes, Jonathan Papelbon will join us from Foul Territory. We'll get his insights on what's going on in Major League Baseball, as well as maybe a couple plays that he has today on the diamond. And then 11:20 Eastern, Ryan Horvat will join us to talk about the Packers. Horvey, famously a very big Packers fan. He's also the host of BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Countdown to kickoff continues with the Packers. We talked about them earlier today. Sam and I's thoughts on the team. If you missed any of that and want to go back and listen, you can do so anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sam, it's National Radio Day. We have 105 years of radio. That's when it started in the United States. And today you can hear in your car, on your phone, your smart device, apps, pretty much anywhere. BetMGM Network as well. 90 plus radio stations across the country. Not too shabby. So we talked a little bit earlier about some of your history in the radio industry. Do you have a most memorable moment outside of being a young 18-year-old working in a studio that you enter through an alley and working the overnight shift? Anything a little bit more enticing in your older, more mature years?
Barely. I mean, working in a podunk radio station off an alley near a bus station is one of the highlights of my career. I would say, I mean, an easy answer for me is doing the Cubs and Blackhawks games. So before the Cubs went to the Score, they were at WGN, which is my first real radio job. I'm using air quotes around the term real because I did WEFT in Champaign. WCRX was our college radio station in Chicago. And then I got to WGN and started as an intern and sort of cut my teeth working the Cubs games and the Blackhawks games. Well, the Cubs to me were, I mean, working with Pat and Keith Moreland at the time was a huge deal. And Pat Hughes was always one of my favorite play-by-play guys. So to produce and sort of construct the pre and post game shows for Cubs radio was crazy. But an easy answer is being the stadium producer for the Blackhawks when they won the Stanley Cup in 2013 and 2015. And of course, in 15, they clinched the Stanley Cup on home ice. So I'm there, day of the game. We're getting ready to do the pregame show, getting everything together. We're at the morning skate, getting all the audio together. Judd Surratt was the host at the time, and he did the pre and post. John and Troy did the games. So we did the pregame show. Everybody sort of expected them to win, but there was this nervousness. And then Duncan Keith scored the first goal. Patrick Kane added the second one. It's 2-0. There's 5 minutes left. And one of the guys comes up to me and goes, "All right, come on, we're going down to the ice." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, you're coming down to the ice." So as the game is ending, that final game against Tampa Bay, I'm on the ice getting ready to interview all the players, the coaches, and the GM and all that. And then we did WGN Radio winning postgame for 2 hours after we won the Stanley Cup, and then went out and partied all night. That's an easy one. To produce Stanley Cup champion Blackhawks radio at 13 and 15 was something I'll never forget. But specifically being there at the clincher in 15 and being able to be on the ice with the team, with the organization, with their families and all that. Some of them at that point were having little babies, right? Had 2-3-year-old kids. So to see the growth of all of that and to see it all come together for the final time in 2015 was something I'll never forget.
I mean, anytime you can cover a championship, it doesn't get a whole lot better than that. I don't have a story to top that, Sam. My favorite radio memory is today, working right here alongside you. That's what's all week long. Doesn't get much better than that, in my opinion. Speaking of, our old radio memories, and we talked about our SportsCenter anchors earlier, the SportsCenter commercials were phenomenal. We don't get those as much anymore, if at all. I mean, every once in a while I see one pop up. But going back to the best SportsCenter commercials, my favorite one might have been, and we didn't mention John Clayton because he was more of a reporter than the ESPN or SportsCenter anchor. But the commercial where he's in his bedroom and just has the like a Velcro top that has the tie and like the professional look. He's sitting in front of a camera and he does his hit on SportsCenter. He's done. He rips off the Velcro commercial, undoes his hair, starts playing the heavy metal rock, and just goes and like jumps back in his bed and is just kind of rocking out. And they're like, yeah, you know, Clayton is just ready to go at a drop of a dime, whenever, most reliable guy. Well, it's because like he's got his setup in his bedroom where he's just jamming out 24/7 and jumping on a quick hit with he doesn't even have to change. You just put the Velcro shirt and tie back on and you're good to go. That one was pretty phenomenal back in the day.
Starts eating the Chinese food, I believe, after that.
Yeah.
He's laying in his bed with his feet kicked out, and he yells for his mom, and he starts eating the noodles out of the container. Yeah, that's a good. I mean, they're all good. I remember when the power goes out, and it's around Y2K, and Charlie Steiner's holding the lamp. He's, come with me if you want to live. I mean, there's so many good ones. How about when Steve Irwin was there? And he was talking to one of the guys in the break room, and the elevator doors open up, and the Florida Gator walks out. And Steve's like, "Oi, would you look at that one?" And they like chases after the Gator. Big Papi, when he's in the conference room, and he puts the Yankee hat on, and Wally, the Red Sox mascot, is walking by and drops all the books. Wally, it's not what you think. The writing, the creativity, the humor. I mean, the commercials were basically an extension of the show, but they really just took it to another level. I mean, the Steve Irwin one to me is one of the funniest ones because he's jumping on this Florida Gator mascot in the elevator. Oh, look at this. You know, he's got the accent and everything. Just so funny. They're all good. I don't remember a SportsCenter commercial that I didn't like.
No. Gertch threw in the chat the SVP and Stuart Scott in the lunch line behind Arnold Palmer and Arnie Palmer. Like that one was pretty good as well. You're right. They all were phenomenal. The writers for those commercials, whoever they were, I don't know if they were the producers of SportsCenter or if they brought in people to specifically write those. Those people were very funny. They don't get much better than that. All right, Sam. NBA schedule is out. If only they had some commercials, some funny commercials to announce the various schedule matchups. I mean, opening night, you have Houston Rockets, Oklahoma City Thunder, you have Warriors, Lakers. Like we knew we were getting some very good matchups off the jump. You have Kevin Durant, his debut with Houston, going up against the defending champs. Anything specifically that stood out to you on the schedule release?
Yeah, the Christmas games. I think that for a lot of people is sort of the beginning of the NBA viewing season. Now, obviously, it starts a lot earlier before Halloween, but most people are enamored with NFL, college football. So when we get to Christmas, everybody's home. You're with your family. You're in a house. You can't go outside because it's cold out, and there are games on all day. So you got the Cavs and Knicks, Spurs Thunder, Rockets Lakers, Mavs Warriors, and then T-Wolves and Nuggets. Those are your 5 games on Christmas. I wanted to point out, though, quickly, the Thunder right now, and I may have brought this up when I told the story about hanging out with Sam Presti at Fenway a couple of weeks ago, but the price on Oklahoma City right now is eerily similar to the price on the Lakers to win the championship after they got their first one with Kobe and Shaq. So Kobe, Shaq get together. They win the first title in 99-2000. That was the first season that they won it. The very next year, they were about 2.25, 250. Well, that's where the Thunder are right now. Granted, MGM has the best price. I'm looking right now at the prop shop. MGM has 275 on the Thunder to win the title. But I see 260, 250, 240, 230. So to give a numerical comparison, this Thunder team coming into the next season is priced the same, basically, as Kobe and Shaq were after their first title. That's a pretty wild line to draw between Kobe, Shaq, Lakers, and the SGA, Williams, Chet Holmgren Thunder. they are priced almost the same.
The next closest team, Cavs and Knicks, plus 750. I mean, Sam, I don't think it's crazy to think that the Thunder can run it back again this year because of how wide open the East is this year. I mean, do you think the Thunder can't get past the Knicks if they meet in the finals? The Cavs? Yeah, I think I don't think that price is going to get any longer. If anything, that's going to shorten as the season gets going. Don't you think?
I would agree with that, barring injury where, a star player goes down and then maybe it floats up a bit. But it's very obvious. And this is what I told Sam. I said, look, nobody wants to give you away. They don't want to write you at 4-1 or 350. And he's like, what does that mean? So I had to explain all that because he's not a gambling guy and he had no idea what I was talking about. But there's no reason to give the Thunder away. Last offseason, they were in that 6-7-1 range. Look at them now. 240, 250, 260, 275. So they want you to bet everybody else. And if you want to bet the Thunder, you got to take a price sub 3-1. That's a true testament to how much they respect the Thunder and have question marks about everybody else.
Thunder are plus 160 to win the West. Nuggets and Rockets tied for the next closest, plus 450. I think the Nuggets are an intriguing look this year. If you want to bet anyone outside of the Thunder, Lakers are further down the board, 11-1. I know we have skinny Luka Doncic, still not totally believing in that. And the Thunder, I mean, going back to the schedule, Sam, most national TV games, that's not surprising at all. I want to say they have like 20, almost 30 some, which understandable. Like that's, they should. Being they are the defending champs this upcoming season. NBA just kind of around the corner. I know we're all looking forward to NFL season getting started, but we're going to look up and the NBA preseason, training camp, all that good stuff is going to be here before we know it. Coming up on the other side, Jonathan Papelbon joins us from Foul Territory. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball with him next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Jay Constable, Sam Panatovich here with you on the BetMGM Network. Hour left in the show. We've got a couple awesome guests that will be joining us. Jonathan Papelbaum will be on with us in just mere moments. Ryan Horvat is going to join us about 20 minutes from now to talk some Green Bay Packers as we continue our countdown to kickoff. And then coming up 40 minutes from now, we wrap up the show with some lightning bets. We'll tell you where we're putting our money today. But Sam, it is time to turn our attention back to the diamond, and no one better to do that with than Foul Territory's Jonathan Papelbaum, former Major League Baseball player himself. Most notably for the Red Sox, Jonathan, which is where we're going to start today. Boston's dropped their last 3 games. Fans are starting to panic a little bit. How warranted is that panic right now for Boston?
The fans are panicking no matter what, Kate. You know, it only takes 2 games to lose in a row. The fans will start panicking, believe me. But I'm not panicking. They're still a team that, you know, I believe in. They're still a team that, to me, is starting to get some starting pitching come around for them. Giolito and Bayo have been amazing their last 8 or 9 starts in a row. And that's just a cherry on top when you have Garrett Crochet pitching. So I'm still a believer in them. I'm still taking them to make a playoff and possibly make that wild card spot. I like the wild card spot even better than actually winning the division. I like the opportunity to keep playing. In baseball, you want to keep playing. Those dead games where you get those byes sometimes can be kryptonite for baseball players.
You're a guy who finished many games, buddy. How do you feel about Chapman at 37 and a half years old going forward?
Man, I tell you what, every playoff team needs a guy in the back end. You look at the Dodgers, you look at the Phillies. Well, the Phillies just had their back end go down in Duran. So I'm not as big as I used to be on them with that injury. But I do like the fact that the Boston Red Sox bullpen has been their backbone all season long, throughout this entire season. And they've been the one thing that you can consistently rely on. They've been the only consistent thing for that team this year. So going into playoffs, I like their chances. And with a back-end guy like Chapman, man, I tell you what, it is impressive to see what he's doing at age 37, still throwing 100, and he still has the ability to go out there and compete. But what's changed with him is his first pitch strikes. He's like 30% more on first pitch strikes this year than he's been in his entire career, which makes me think that he's made a big adjustment this year. And like I said earlier, when playoffs come in baseball, if you don't have a back end bullpen, you will not go to the next round, period.
Jonathan, Chicago Cubs right now. They won their last 2 games, the doubleheader yesterday against the Brewers, finally got the bats going a little bit, but their offense has just been awful over the last month or so. What do you kind of contribute that slump to?
Well, you know, baseball it goes in waves, you know, and sometimes you have 3 phases of the game, pitching, hitting, and defense, that will all be firing on all cylinders at one time. Right now, the Cubs pitching is the only thing that's kind of holding them in there right now because their bats are slumping so bad. But I think you got a young team. You got, some young players on that squad that, have really never been, besides Kyle Tucker, really have never been in much playoff games. So there might be a little bit of pressing going on. And as the season unfolds, when you get in these races, players will start to press a little bit and say, hey, man, like we got to win today. And instead of going out there and playing like they normally would, they go out there like you have to win. And that can be a curse.
I want to stick in the National League, Pap. This Cy Young race is going to be a doozy down the stretch. Wheeler goes down. So now it's basically a 2-horse race between Skeens and Christopher Sanchez. And Sanchez was mowing guys down last night, 12 more punchies last night. Skeens and Sanchez are basically the 2 guys, and then Matthew Boyd's 40-1. Our guy Jake on the crew has Sanchez at 50-1 before the season. And he's feeling good, but he's also nervous. How do you handicap Skeens and Sanchez down the stretch?
Well, to me, I've been on Paul Skeens off season, and it's hard for me to get off of Skeens. But Christopher Sanchez is one of those penny stocks that you look at in the beginning of the season. I think it's, he has a shot at it, but when you look at a Cy Young, this is a majority vote with writers, and writers want big names. They love the big names, and they always have, in my opinion. So when you look at this, you got to look at how the writers are going to think, right? Not how a baseball player might think or how you or Kate might think. The writers are going to pick Paul Skeens, and that's why he's so heavily favored here. Now, if you want to take a little, chance on Sanchez, I don't mind that, but I'm not going big on him.
All right, so if you channel your writer's mind for AL Cy Young, Scooble minus 400, Crochet plus 350. I mean, Scooble had an awesome outing last night. Is he kind of the runaway favorite here? I mean, minus 400 would suggest that, but there's still a lot of baseball left.
Yeah, no, I think that Paul Skeens is more of a runaway favorite than Tarek Skubal would be, because Garrett Crochet, I've seen him pitch. I watch him pitch all year long, right? And they're going back and forth, and they've both had their one, hiccup or speed bump in the road or bad game. Okay, that's going to happen. But where I think that the writers are going to really, really take this in consideration is the strikeouts, right? They're all their numbers are going to be very similar, okay? The Triple Crown numbers are going to all be, but the strikeouts are going to be becoming a huge factor in the way these writers vote. And so if one edges the other in strikeouts, I believe they're going to get it.
Are you a bigger believer in the Tigers or the Mariners at this point? Those are both stocks that I don't think a lot of people saw rising the way that they have, especially Detroit. Detroit's win total was 83.5 this year, and look what they've done. But do you believe more in Detroit or Seattle in the playoffs?
I believe more in Seattle just because of the fact that I'm getting more odds on Seattle. I'm getting better odds on Seattle, number one. And number two, like, they're in a spot with the Red Sox in this wild card, so they're having to scratch, fight, and claw every night to win games. And the Tigers, yeah, they started running away with it, but I think there's more sense of urgency with the Seattle Mariners. And, man, I really like what the Seattle Mariners did at the trade deadline. I got to take that in consideration as well.
Jonathan Papelbon joining us here on Bet Sweats, former major leaguer and host over at Foul Territory. Jonathan, I touched just briefly on the Brewers, talking about the series right now between them and the Cubs. And we've had this conversation on the show throughout the week and even last week a little bit. Are the Brewers peaking a little too early? I know they did lose 2 yesterday, but they're still one of the hotter teams in baseball right now.
Yeah, Kate, that's a tough question. I don't want to say they're peaking too early, because we're in the later parts of the season. You want to be playing your best ball right now. But the key for them is, number one, going to be able to, can they stay healthy, right? That's going to be everybody's key, is staying healthy at this time of the season. I think the Dodgers are doing a great job of that and getting everybody healthy at this time of the year. I think they've done that for the past 3 or 4 years, making sure that everybody's healthy at this time of the season. Well, the Brewers are going to have to do the same thing. But the Brewers, I'm afraid, the gas is going to run out of the tank in this magical season that they're having so far. Come playoffs, it's a different story. I want to see how Winkowski pitches tonight. He's going to be a big factor in how they go for the rest of the season, and how many innings are they going to allow him to continue to pitch, being a young guy. So a lot of these guys aren't battle tested either. So I want to see that too come playoffs.
It feels like every time Tito's managing a team, they have a chance going into September, right? And you played several years under Tito in Boston. What is it about him that just gets the boys ready and keeps them loose? Because this was a Reds team that had a lot of young talent, but they needed direction. And he's clearly brought that to Cincy. What did Tito do August, September to get the boys ready?
Yeah, Sam, that's a great question as well, because managers play a vital role. I believe that a manager, when you look at the season and you prognosticate how many wins this team is going to have, I believe that a good manager can literally affect that season by 5 to 8 wins. And a bad manager can do the opposite. A bad manager can lose you 5 to 8 games. So I think Tito does a very good job of obviously managing his players and making sure that everyone knows their role on that team. I think that when guys go to the ballpark and you know your role each and every day, you can be a little bit more successful than if you go there not knowing what you may play that day or where you may hit in that lineup that day. So Tito does a great job of that. But he also does a great job with young talent, man, and he speaks their language, and he's always been, in the jive and in the know with the kids, man. And he was like that when I was coming up, and he just has that fatherly instinct, man, and he can just get his players to play for him. Some coaches just have an innate ability to get players to play for him, and he's one of them.
Jonathan, who are some teams at the top of both leagues that are maybe teams that you don't necessarily trust in the postseason that you would look to be fading come playoff time?
Well, the New York Mets are known for that. I mean, that's the first team that pops up in my head is the New York Mets and what happens with them and the way they get to playoffs, they crash first series, or they should be in playoffs, they don't even make it. It just – they haven't found that, next level there with the New York Mets. And I don't know if it's front office management or the players, but they just can't seem to take that next step to me. But to me, the team that is taking that next step is the San Diego Padres, man. Wow. These guys are really spending money. And in today's game, you got to spend money. And they got a balanced team. And what they did with that bullpen, how they added, that's going to be key come postseason.
All right, we got to talk about the real things that matter here. Mississippi State football. Buddy, this number, it is disrespectful. The win total is 3.5. Come on.
Oh, is it? I thought it would be at 4.5. So, okay, then I like that. So, yeah, I love college football too. And Mississippi State is my alma mater, obviously. And I do go to a lot of football games, but when I looked at their schedule, I had them at 4 wins. So, Sammy, I kind of like it. I might take the Bulldogs there.
I knew you weren't going to say under. Like, I knew, Kate, everything in my wallet was that he's not going to say under 3.5. You know how hard it is to go 3-9 in college football?
Yeah, but they do have they have the hardest schedule in the SEC this year, and they, I believe, are the youngest team in the SEC as far as like returning starters. So, but I looked at the schedule, and if we beat Arkansas, then if we can beat Arkansas, I should say, we should. Then that 3.5 over 3.5 will be a lock. Trust me.
Kate, I'm looking at the schedule. Okay, so Southern Miss is a win. Alcorn State is a win. Northern Illinois is a win. Then you just need one, Pap. All you need is one.
Arkansas.
One SEC win. Let's go.
Arkansas. There it is. We got to win that game. So, and you know what? Like, you also got to think of like that one crazy upset that might happen, because you're talking NCAA. You're not talking pros. You're talking much more discrepancy between teams, so those upsets become a lot more bigger, and the chances for them happen a lot more often. So,
Jonathan, minute left here. What's the Papelbon family tailgate setup looking like?
Oh, well, my setup at Mississippi State is with an old alumni friend that used to give me $100 bills when I used to close out games at Mississippi State, and he used to give me these $100 handshakes. And he's got literally Little Dewey's is the best barbecue you can have in Stark Vegas. He's got them. He caters to them, or they cater to his tent. And, we do a lot of drinking, obviously. And we go up to the suite, and then we eat again. So there's a lot of eating going on. So after I come back, I'm usually about 10 pounds heavier when I come back from Start Vegas. So there's a lot of eating and drinking up in the suite as well. And hell, it might be another college game day coming soon if we can get another quarterback like Dak Prescott coming down.
That doesn't sound too shabby at all, especially a $100 handshake. Jonathan, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. You can catch his work over at Foul Territory. Have a great afternoon. Jonathan, we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, see you guys.
Ryan Horvat to BetMGM tonight joins us on the other side. We'll turn our attention back to the NFL and talk a little Green Bay Packers football. That's next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Lightning bets coming your way about 20 minutes from now. We'll tell you where we're putting our money this afternoon. Kate Constable, Sammy P here with you on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon on Bet Sweats. It's time to talk to one of our favorite people on the network, Ryan Horvat. Ryan, host of BetMGM tonight, famously a very big Packers fan. So, Ryan, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Tell us why the Packers are winning the Super Bowl this year.
Well, first off, Sammy, always good to see you, buddy. It's been a while, so glad to be in your presence. And then, Kate, I'm really happy to see you. I thought I was going to be forced to talk with Joe. Now, where is Joe? It seems like he's been gone for the majority of the summer, but especially the last 2 weeks. Is he managing a team in the Little League World Series or something?
I don't think they made it, but he is in parts unknown. That much I know.
Okay, so he's like the Undertaker from parts unknown. All right, the Packers, guys, I don't think that they do win the NFC North. That would not be my bet. Now, decent little price that we got on the board right there at plus 275, nearly getting a 3-to-1 price. My concerns, though, the secondary, you say goodbye to Jair Alexander in the offseason, which I really didn't have an issue with. He hasn't really been the same player the last 3 seasons since he injured his shoulder. But they didn't really address that in the draft, right? Like, I am a little bit worried about the secondary. Right now, they have Bull Melton, who the last couple seasons has been a practice squad and a wide receiver on the active roster. He's playing in the secondary. The other issue I have with Green Bay is their pass rush. They gave Rashawn Gary a bunch of money, and every year he's top 5, in run stoppage. But he hasn't had that breakout season, like 14.5 sacks that we've been hoping for. And then on the other side, it's Van Ness, who they drafted a couple of years ago out of Iowa. Big year for him. So I worry a little bit about the defense. On the offensive side of the ball, they should be fine, as long as Josh Jacobs doesn't show up week 1 and look 29 years old, or the offensive line falls apart. Because that's my other issue with Green Bay is the offensive line. It's kind of a makeshift offensive line right now where you had an all-pro guard in Elton Jenkins. You move him to center. Last year in the draft, they take a guard in the first round, which I never really like. And then this offseason, they spend money on Aaron Banks, another guard. Jordan Love, if he could stay healthy, I think he should have a pretty good season. I don't think 28-1 is a decent price on the MVP. My issue, though, is the wide receivers. They can't catch the football. We keep talking about Romeo Doubs. I think at best he's a number 2. Christian Watson won't even be available till week 12. He's never healthy. Dontavian Wicks could run routes and get open and create separation, but he can't catch the football. And then your best rookie or your best receiver is probably a rookie. I know everybody's excited about Matthew Golden, but he's a rookie, man. He's like 20 years old. So that would be my issue with Green Bay. And that's why I think there's actually better value with some of these other teams in the North. It won't surprise me if they win 11, 12 games. LaFleur's a very good coach. I do like Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator, but I just think there's some missing pieces, mainly the secondary, the pass rush, and I'm worried about the offensive line. Because if Jordan Love goes down, you could survive with Malik Willis maybe for 2 to 3 weeks, but I don't think you could survive an entire season with Malik Willis behind center.
See, I thought for sure you were leading us to an under bet at 9.5, but then you throw in the variable that I brought up earlier, and that's LaFleur. He gets them where they need to be, and that guy coaching in December has been one of the best in the NFL since he took over. So I thought for sure you were going to, all the things you were saying, you were throwing them into a pot, and you were going to say under, but then you said 11, 12 wins. Are you leaning over then?
I lean over on the win total. Like Matt LaFleur, I'm not comparing him to Mike Tomlin, but since he showed up in Green Bay, I don't know that they're ever going to have a losing season. Now, last year, for the first time, man, they had a losing record in the division. They only won 1 game in the NFC North. We haven't seen that since he's taken over. I think they win probably 10 games. I don't know that that's good enough to win the North. I do think the division probably regresses a little bit. I don't know that we're going to have a 15-win team and a 14-win team. I think Detroit takes a step back. We don't really know right now what Minnesota is with J.J. McCarthy and with all these injuries, although good news, it looks like Justin Jefferson should be healthy week 1. I think LaFleur is worth 10 wins, but it's a decent price, again, on them to win the North. I have some worries, man. And also, like, everybody was hyping them up like 60 days ago, like 2 months ago. I saw even on the network. Now everybody's down on them. And I just worry, like, who's going to step up and be the alpha male in that wide receiver room? Is it Dobbs? Is it Matthew Golden as a rookie? I like Tucker Kraft, but he's already dealing with a groin injury. And then Luke Musgrave, the other tight end, just hasn't been healthy. So I don't think I would go under, Sammy, but I don't want to run out right now and bet the over. Just too many variables for me.
Ryan, who's winning that division if it's not the Packers? Like, I mean, 10, 11, 12 games, that feels like enough, especially 12 on the top half of that. Feels like enough to win the division, but you still think that it's going to be some other team outside of Green Bay.
So I'm staying away from Detroit. They could easily win the division, man. On paper, they have the most talented team, especially on the offensive side of the ball. My issue, like most, is they lose both coordinators, Ben Johnson. And we got to remember, like 3-4 years ago, Jared Goff did not look like the Jared Goff that we've seen the last 3 years. He was benched in a playoff game for a man named John Wolford by Sean McVay. And then I worry about the defensive side of the ball. They really struggled to get pressure last year, and that was with Aiden Hutchinson on the field. Before he got hurt, he led the league in pressures. He was the favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year. When he got hurt, that pass rush completely dropped off. Marcus Davenport's on the other side. I don't remember the last time he's played 10 games in a season. And if they couldn't get it done last year, 15-win season, home field advantage, Goff doesn't have to go on the road into Philadelphia, into bad weather, rainy weather. And they couldn't beat the Commanders, right? Like a rookie quarterback. So I'm out on Detroit. Like I said, I'm out on Green Bay at that price. I think the wild card team is Minnesota. I think they're going to be tough on the defensive side of the ball. It just comes down to, is JJ the guy? But we didn't think Sam Darnold was ever going to be the guy. It helps when you have a healthy TJ Hawkinson, a healthy Jordan Addison when he does come back from his suspension week 4, and Justin Jefferson. And I'm really excited about their running back room. I think that's going to be like a 60-40 split. I bet Jordan Mason to lead the league in touchdowns really small. I feel like he's going to be like that David Montgomery type back. And Aaron Jones is going to be used more as a pass catcher. So they're the ultimate wild card. And I bet the Bears. And I'm from Chicago, and I'm not even a Bears fan. And I keep getting like text messages about this. Some people are happy. Joe was giving me a hard time, telling me that I have to shave my eyebrows if they don't win the division. So it's not just Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson is going to be really good for Caleb. My issue with Caleb is he holds on to the ball too long. And that really started at USC. He picked up some bad habits. I think he's going to be under center more read option stuff, more bootleg stuff, more 12 personnel. I'm really excited to see how they use all these weapons, Colston, Loveland. So the offense gets better. The worry for them would be the pass rush, but I just like the other hires, right? Eric Bieniemy should never be a play caller or a head coach, but I like him as a running back coach. He's worked with, obviously, Andy Reid and around Pat Mahomes. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I think we all agree that Dennis Allen should never be a head coach ever again, but I think he's going to be a really good defensive coordinator. So I like the hires. I like Ben Johnson, and I'm higher on Caleb than most. So I would go with the Bears at plus 550. I went over 8.5 wins. I know that's kind of a popular bet. I know some smart people are going under, but I think they win double-digit games. I think they could go worst to first, year 1 for Ben Johnson. It reminds me of when the Rams hired McVay, and everybody thought it was too early. He was too young. And I just like what he did with the rest of the coaching staff. So with a bunch of vets and the coaching staff, I think the Bears take that next step. So I would take a shot with them to win the division.
I also think the most underrated hire is bringing in Randall L. to run the receiver room. That's a huge deal because they have a lot of talent there, but a lot of unproven talent, a lot of youngsters. I think that's a big deal. And I think Bears fans can't handle being coached well because they're not used to it. It hasn't happened since Lovey, and they don't know what to do. Week 1, we've seen a nice move on Green Bay. So this number in the summer, like end of June, opened up Green Bay, Detroit, Pick'em. That's at Lambeau. I see 1.5 at MGM and then 2.5 across Vegas. I assume you would tell people to lay the 1.5 with Green Bay then week 1, huh?
Yeah, I like Green Bay. Whether you want to go with the cheaper money line price, you want to go 1.5. I do think that they win that game by at least a field goal. Again, I think it's going to be like a little bit of a learning curve or a little bit of like like they're going to have to rebuild the offense a little bit. I mean, I know they have a ton of talent in Detroit. I think Gibbs is going to be a monster this year, man. They got to knock off the David Montgomery stuff. I know fantasy owners love him and he's a touchdown vulture, but Gibbs could be the best back in the league if he gets 20 touches per game. But I worry about Detroit on the defensive side of the ball, man, right? New defensive coordinator comes over. Aiden Hutchinson's awesome, but the first video I saw of him this summer, he had a big brace on his leg. He broke his leg last year. So with Green Bay at home, Lambeau Field, a little bit of a revenge angle. They lost both games to Detroit. Dan Campbell's kind of had LaFleur's number the last couple of years. I would go with the Packers. As long as Jordan Love, and he's back at practice, as long as he's fully healthy, I do like Green Bay in that game. Anything under a field goal.
Ryan Horvat of BetMGM tonight here hanging out with us on Bet Sweats. Ryan, I threw this out to Sam earlier in the show. Josh Jacobs to win Offensive Player of the Year 40-1. Do you see a path for that happening?
I really like the price, and I still think they're going to be a run-first offense, which is why you invest a first-round pick last year in a guard and then spend more money on a guard who is really good in run blocking, not so great in pass protection. And I worry about pass protection for Jordan Love. I worry about him right now staying healthy for an entire season. And I worry about the wide receivers dropping the football until somebody steps up in that room. So I think it's a good price, 40-1. He's going to get 18 to 22 touches per week, unless they're chasing points. I thought last year, man, I was a little bit worried because that last year in Vegas, he was coming off a career worst season, like 4 yards per carry. Turns out, Vegas just couldn't run block whatsoever. So I don't hate the price. I would probably look at that at 40-1. I bet McCaffrey. I went McCaffrey over 7.5 touchdowns, guys. 2 years ago, he had 8 touchdowns by week 8, and I'm loving what I'm hearing, that he's fully healthy. I think the Niners are going to be tough this year. They have an easy schedule, so I bet McCaffrey, but I have no issue betting Josh Jacobs, especially at 40-1. That's a really good price. He could easily rush for 1,200 yards and double-digit touchdowns.
I gave McCaffrey out yesterday, 22-1, Offensive Player of the Year. So you and I are locked in. Do you have a favorite future? I know you've sprinkled a bunch. I've seen your videos. I've seen you all over the network. Do you have a favorite one that you have so far in the kitty?
All right, so McCaffrey over 7.5 touchdowns, Offensive Player of the Year. I really like. I like the Arizona Cardinals to make the playoffs. I got that plus 150, or you could go over 8.5 wins. Big year for Kyler, man. And I think the offense is going to be better. Year 2 for Marvin Harrison. Trey McBride might be the best tight end in the league. I like the backfield, even though James Conner is getting a little bit older. Their issue has been the defensive side of the ball. Last year, they were outside the top 20, stopping the run. So they draft Walter Nolan. They pick up a couple pass rushers in free agency. I thought they had a really good draft. So I like Arizona to make the playoffs. And then the other one I really like is Trevor Lawrence over 21.5 touchdown passes. I lean over on Jacksonville over 7.5 wins. I like Liam Cohen, man. Not just what he did last year in Tampa, making Baker Mayfield look like a top 5 quarterback, but what he did 2 years ago at Kentucky. He made people believe that Will Levis could be a starting quarterback in the NFL. So I think Liam Cohen is the real deal, man. I know he's goofy and he had the whole Duval thing, but I don't care. If Trevor Lawrence doesn't throw 22, 23 touchdowns, he's a career backup. So I think that's a short number. I really like their wide receiver room, especially with the addition of Travis Hunter. I think he's going to catch a ton of screens. So I kind of like T-Law over 21.5 touchdown passes. Again, it's a huge year for him, man. If he doesn't throw 22, he might be backing up Mac Jones.
Love to hear that, Ryan, because I am all over the Jags this year. One of my favorite teams this season. Do you have any plans to make it up to Green Bay for any tailgates, any games this year?
I don't know. I really would rather make it up to Chicago. I think those are the better tailgates, to be honest with you. Now, I love Lambeau Field, don't get me wrong, but Bears-Vikings, that's the game that I have circled right now that I want to be at. So if I do get up to Lambeau, it'll probably be last minute. It's a great place to see a game if you guys haven't been. I mean, even if you're a Bears fan or a Lions fan or a Vikings fan, it's an awesome atmosphere. There's bars, tailgates, parties all around the place. And you could do the Hall of Fame. So you could do the Lambeau Leap. So I've been there enough. We'll see if I make it up. But as of right now, I'm trying to get to Chicago instead.
You know that Bet Sweats is doing a thing that night. You should definitely. I heard you and Evans might drive. You and Evans might drive together from DC. I heard.
Well, Evans is closer to you guys. He's in Champaign, man.
No, but he's gonna fly in. He's gonna fly into DC and then drive with you all the way.
I like that. That would be great for content, right? Like, didn't Seinfeld do something like that? Comedians drinking coffee in cars or something like that? Just me and Evans. I don't know though, man. I love Brad, but he's got a lot of energy. I used to have a lot of energy. Now I have an 11-year-old. So I don't know if I can handle it. That's a long drive, Sammy. That's 13 hours, man.
That would be a very loud
Yes.
car ride for 13 hours. The better is just you pick them up in Champaign on the way over to Soldier Field.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Go south to go north, right?
Stop at Cam's. Yeah. Maybe it's like nickel beer night. I haven't been to Champagne in a long time. It's been about 15 years, but I'm sure I can.
Horvey, I hate to say this. Nickel beer night hasn't been a thing in Champagne for a while, my friend.
Damn inflation. Thanks a lot.
Oh, man. Thanks a lot to you, Ryan Horvat, for joining us. Appreciate all your Packers insight. Have a great show tonight. You can check him out, BetMGM, tonight, every weekday, 7 to 11. Ryan, appreciate the time. We'll talk to you again soon.
Hey, I leave you guys with this. Avery Johnson, over 41.5 rush yards. Find it right now. He's going to rush for at least 60, and there's a good chance maybe he wins the Heisman. You could get that right now, 50-1. Go Kansas State. Sorry, Kate.
Look at that. Oh, I'm an Iowa, not an Iowa State girl,
Yeah.
Ryan, so I'm fine with all that Kansas State talk. We're good there. Coming up on the other side, we'll finish things off here with lightning bets, tell you where we're putting our money tonight. That's next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Time for lightning bets as we wrap things up here on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, CMEP with you. We'll give you our favorite bets for today in just seconds. But Sam, we kind of got to put a bow on a show-long conversation that we've had going on today. We talked about our favorite Sports Center anchors earlier on in the show. We ranked them in our power rankings. If you missed that and want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And then that transitioned over into the best Sports Center commercials of all time, and now we got to listen to one of the best Star Spangled Banners. Charlie Steiner, one of the best moments on SportsCenter. Let's take a listen.
Dirty Harry said in one of his movies that a man's got to know his limitations. Carl Lewis apparently didn't see the movie. If his rendition of the Star Spangled Banner prior to the Nets-Bulls game last night is any indication, as a public service, we present now only excerpts. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
All right, are we all ready? Here we go. Oh, say, can you see? And the Rockets, red flag. Uh-oh. I'll make up for it now. For the land of the free.
That was Sarge National Anthem. Written by Francis Scott off-key. Those were last night's lowlights. They were last night's highlights.
He's trying so hard to keep it together. He just can't. He just can't do it. That's Carl Lewis, of course, singing the national anthem. Charlie Steiner could never keep it together, and he could not there.
I mean, we couldn't keep it together here for those watching. You were about to burst out in laughter, Sam. Paul as well. Maybe next we need to power rank the worst national anthems sung, and that might be at the top of the list for many people.
When Carl Lewis says, "I'll make it up to you," when he butchers the Rockets' red glare. Oh, it's a classic. Classic.
A lot of good moments on that network way back in the day, or from network folks there. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. How does that one rival Fergie's national anthem? Which one's better?
I don't remember Fergie's. How bad?
Oh my gosh. I think it was the NBA All-Star game, maybe. All the players were literally laughing in their, as they line up for the anthem. She did like a very sexual version of the national anthem. It was really odd. We'll maybe pull that one up
you'll
tomorrow.
know when you see the clip, like Draymond's laughing like into his warm-up, like Karl Anthony Towns is barely holding it together.
To be fair, I do love a sexual national anthem, but I'll have to give it a shot.
Paul doesn't remember this either? Wow, Jake, it's just me and you. Look at that. Finally.
She's like, all right. So I just started watching it. This is like some Mariah Carey, like sort of vibes going on. Like this is very, yeah.
It was good. Yeah, sexual national anthem. Something we didn't know we all needed. All right, we need some bets for today. Yeah, right? America. Sam, start us off with lightning bets.
So I hate that this Royals line has moved. During the baseball segment today, I was talking about the Royals at plus 100, even money. And now I see minus 15, minus 120, minus 122 on Kansas City. I'm not going to tell people to bet that. Hopefully somebody was able to get a piece of that earlier. So let's just go to that under in Milwaukee, Chicago. It's Ray and Mizorowski. I'll go under 7 at minus 120, BetMGM.
Under 7. All right. I like it. Small card for you today. I'm going to go a little Kyle Schwarber home run going up against Luis Castillo. 6 of 20 with 4 homers against him. Finally kind of got out of his little mini home run slump last night with the homer. I'm going to just take a little flyer here. Kyle Schwarber home run tonight. And then I'm going to go Josh Jacobs 40-1. Although, Sam, you said there was another number out there that was a little bit higher than 40-1. But I'm going to go Josh
there's
Jacobs.
a 60.
I'll take 60-1 then. Offensive player of the year. I like that number on him, especially 60-1. So I will be doing that as a little future bet. Jake and Paul and Jake, who wants to start us off?
I was just getting through the Fergie national anthem. This is rough. This is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's
like
bad.
there were rehearsals for these, right? Maybe not for Carl. That was a while ago. But like for Fergie, there had to be rehearsals, and no one was like, maybe not, maybe change some things. Like,
No.
I don't know.
Yep. You would think.
No, I don't have much for tonight, so I'll defer to my guy Jake Hassan, who has fixed the framing on the background. Great work. Oh, well, maybe not there, but in your preview shot, it looks good.
Oh.
As long as we get those 3 letters in there, it's good. You look good, Jake.
Thanks, man.
And the protein
MGM work.
powder.
There it is.
Well, there we go. Look at that. BetMGM Network.
Gold book, if you will.
That's a nice little studio you got there, Jake. It's upgraded.
Is it?
It's not, though. It's actually a horrible studio.
Yeah, you know, it's a Kate. It's,
no, I don't. I don't mean that. I've been in it.
You got
It's
a backdrop. The chairs are from about 1965. Chewed to bits. It's great. Love to be here. Anyway, as far as the bets go, I don't know why Jesus Luzardo is a minus 145 favorite. He's been absolutely awful. I know the Mariners aren't playing awesome lately, but I'll go against Luzardo. If you're skeptical of the money line, maybe it's just a Mariners team total over. I'll just take them on the money line, especially with that Phillies bullpen as well. I'll be with you, Sam, in the foxhole for the Astros. Everyone wants to bet Charlie Morton. Fine, be my guest. Framber Valdez has been awesome. He's remarkably consistent. And the Astros, after a really tough luck loss last night in extras, I'll go back to them today. Like I mentioned earlier, I'll be on the A's. Just the Twins as a favorite. Are we serious? That makes no sense. And I've been on the White Sox the last couple of days. I will not be doing that today. Braves rookie starter Hurston Waldrep has actually been really awesome in his first couple of starts. I'm going to ladder his strikeouts. The line's over 4.5. That's juiced to the over. Over 5.5, over 6.5. You could get over 6.5 at 3-1. I like that number for him. White Sox on a getaway day. Might not be all the way awake, so I'll take his ladders there. And that'll be it.
All right. Fairly small cards all the way around.
If you want,
Tomorrow-
Kate, I can give you a play for Saturday if you want. I guess I
Sure,
should
why
just
not?
do this now. Well, I mean, if you're number sensitive, I guess it's important to get
I don't
the best
care.
number. I was speaking about myself in the third person.
Okay.
BetMGM has 12.5 on Kansas on Saturday. We talked about this game yesterday. I will be on Kansas. I haven't done it yet. I don't know why. But this number, remember, Kansas opened as a 14.5 point favorite against Fresno. And Kansas underachieved big time last year. They also lost their leading running back, a lot of their receiving core, and they're putting in 2 new coordinators. But people are betting against Kansas because of what Kansas did last year. I think this is a good time to buy, and the number is now 12.5 at Goldbook. I think there's a good chance by the time we get to Saturday, that's 13.5, maybe not 14, but I think this is a good of time as ever to lay 12.5 with Kansas. So let me add that to my Lightning Bets, Kirch. I'll do Kansas on Saturday minus 12.5 along with my under in the Cubs and Brewers.
So, Sam, I was actually looking at Georgia Southern in week 2 against Fresno. If they get their doors blown off, so they're catching like 2.5 right now. If they get their doors blown off by Kansas, like how much does that move? Is there a way, what consideration should I or anyone else kind of looking at that take into account, with them obviously having a game against a power team before that?
Sure. Yeah, if Kansas wins 35-10, there's a decent chance that game is a pick 'em. So you're looking to take the dog, 2.5?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Conversely, if Fresno pulls the upset, you're going to have a bad number, right? I mean, we have to play all the sides here. I just think Fresno is so overvalued, and nobody likes Kansas, which means Kansas will kill Fresno. So I would take Georgia Southern now, if you could, at 2.5.
Well, you're also probably paying a little bit. What is it? EJ Warner, Kurt Warner's son, the quarterback for Fresno, right? People hear that name
and
and
I
probably
think
get a little high on him.
He gets exposed week 1, and it's like, well, I mean, he just won a 3-person QB competition, one probably because he's Kurt Warner's son,
right?
Sort of thing.
Yeah, it's funny though because Kansas 2 years ago was unbelievable, and then everybody liked Kansas going into last year, and they underachieved, and now everybody's like, oh well, Kansas stinks because they stunk last year, and that's not how life works.
Did you guys see the new reveal of Kansas's new stadium?
No.
That's all over social media this morning. It looks pretty nice. I mean, it should be pretty nice. It's a brand new stadium. They were playing in Arrowhead last year.
See, I didn't even build that into my handicap, Kate. Now I have to add another point for stadium reveal. I have Kansas. I think the number should be 17. So I like them on Saturday. That's this Saturday, boys and girls. This Saturday.
Week 0. That's right. Later this week, tomorrow, we'll talk to Katie Mox. We'll do a little 49ers countdown to kick off. And then Kelly in Vegas is going to join us from Ireland on Friday. She's at the K-State Iowa State game. So we'll get her thoughts on that. More week 0 football coming your way. Can't believe it's back. Is anything better than college football? And Brett McMurphy also on with us tomorrow to talk a little college football. So some awesome guests, awesome content coming up here on Bet Sweats. Sam, enjoy your 4-hour train ride that you're hopping on. Hope you got some crossword puzzles or a couple podcasts to listen to. Should be a awesome time for you. I'm really glad you have that upcoming on your afternoon. We'll see you back here tomorrow, though, Sam. That's going to do it for us
bright and early
on Bet Sweats. Kate Constable, Sam Panayotovich. We'll see you back here same time tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
With me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of